You have my sword. And my bow.
Greetings, travelers. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. How are we all doing? Back on Goldie, in the frozen tundra of Dunmoro, looking more and more like outside right now after the snowstorms these weekends. But, Jaeger, 6 months to tier 1, you have my sword. Appreciate it, brother. And my bow. Let's go, JS. Also, Arafel with the Twitch Prime. Thank you, guys. How we doing? Got a couple farm ideas planned today. A couple things that I was thinking about last week that I think might be quite good. Want to test out, and just some farming as well. It's also Monday. I don't think we've done any of our raids, so we got to do that as well. No time to game 883. Greetings, traveler. I'm gonna grab. I might do a couple frayed nods just because I've seen a couple of them sell, so I want to try to restock on them a little bit. Just while we get going this morning. This is the new normal start time. I think more often than not it'll be kind of around this time for start times. What I've been doing is just structure my day a little bit different. So like before I was doing a bit of editing, streaming, and then more editing. Whereas recently I've kind of been doing my editing in the morning and then streaming and then kind of editing for the day and like going to the gym or whatever. But yeah, probably more often than not will be on or about this start time. They get TSM to work. Seems to be broken since it keeps the reload button in the middle of the screen for you. My trade skill master has been working okay. I haven't had too much of a problem with it. I'm not running too many complex things on my trade skill master though. See if we can't pick up a couple frayed knots. Let me change some of the settings here as well. I want the item class. Where is it? Yeah, quality filter. I want it to be poor if I am getting frayed knots. There we go. Oh, I already killed these ones. Caffeine addict. Greetings. Have I tried the troll pickpocket for transmog? I was doing some of the lumberjack jerkins, which honestly I'll probably do more of. But I wasn't pickpocketing them from the trolls. I was just looting them. Is there like a pickpocket farm? Let me try my... Oh, wow, sounded down a little bit. It's a little bit loud there. Like the Frostbane trolls, do they have something to pickpocket? We'll have a look. Lots on the agenda today, though. How was everyone's weekend, by the way? We didn't end up getting to stream Friday because Pathwife and I, we were heading out. We had like a ski trip going for like 1 day booked for this weekend. And on Friday, as I was finishing up the Goldbound episode, it just started coming down, snowing like crazy. I was like, oh, maybe we shouldn't go. And then the way that we were supposed to go, the road was closed because there was like an avalanche, like a large avalanche, and they're actually still digging the road out today. So we had to go all the way around the mountain pass, so it added like 5 hours onto the drive. So we did a lot of driving this weekend, but stayed safe. We got in to like our hotel at like, what, 3 a.m.? Up at 7 to catch the first chair the next morning. Gotta let it ride, guys. It was a good day on the hill, though. Good day on the hill. And then the mountain pass was still closed on the way back, so we had to drive all the way around again. So it was a lot of driving this weekend, but it was good fun. We had it planned for a while to go. So that was nice, but we're back at it. Of all of the zones that I'll inevitably visit, which zone am I looking forward to the most? Of all the zones, it's hard to say. I'm low-key kind of looking forward to... What's it called? Sholazar Basin in Northrend, the jungle zone. But that's pretty far away. I'd say of the zones that are going to be a little sooner, I'm really looking forward to Ungoro Crater. That's going to be a lot of fun. I think I'm looking forward to that quite a bit. Also because that like is going to be in a timeline of the next couple zones. It might be Silithus, so it's going to be a pretty hype point in time. Aside from that, what else? I think to a big degree, I'm looking forward to a lot of the zones just because I find like I think I'm going to find stuff I don't expect to find. You know? Path loves the circle. It's true. A lot of my favorite zones are just circles, guys. I'm not too hard to please. And I'm looking forward to both those zones because I'm just going to do like mining routes. Like farm some thorium, farm some saronite. One of my first ever mining farms, I think, was Sholazar Basin doing thorium. And the markets were crap, so what I would do is I would go around farming the thorium ore. Not thorium, sorry, saronite ore in Sholazar Basin. And it would sell for so little that I would just smelt it and vendor it. Because the vendor price was like decent gold per hour. And it was pretty much on par with like the auction house prices if you just sold the saronite itself. So instead of just losing the taxes to like the auction house cut and waiting to sell, I would just vendor. It was fun. So we'll have to take a look at that. I'm sure it's probably worth more to actually sell now, but we'll see. Yeah, Arthrex, I'm not sure what would be wrong with the TSM mine. I mean, maybe I'll have some issues come up, but we'll see. So far, it's been good. Chug Life, good morning. How you doing, brother? Checking in. Just warming up the pickpockets here with a couple frayed knots before we get going on the day. Hanner89, how's it going? Citizen Noob. Good to have you here. Also, in other news, Pathwife and I just started rewatching a new show, and we just got through the first season. I haven't watched it in forever, but we're rewatching Suits. I have watched it before. I think I saw the first 5 seasons, but she hasn't seen it at all, so it's been kind of fun. We just finished the season 1 finale last night. Pretty exciting stuff. We had just finished How I Met Your Mother. That like we kind of like do one show, and like sometimes we usually watch like 1 episode a night while we chill with the pets. Since I was away from town and away from Stella for the weekend, she's usually not allowed up like where we watch TV in like the theater room. It's not really a
8
theater room, but it's like upstairs. So I let her up there. Also, yo, Brent JD KC, thank you for the 8 months on the Prime. Big shout out to Brent. How you doing? But yeah, so I let Stella up onto the couch last night just because she was in the kind of the care, not care facility, but like the doggy daycare for the weekend. So she liked that. Never seen Suits apart from YouTube Shorts all the time. There's a lot of like cheesy lines in it, but you just kind of gotta like laugh at it, you know? Like Path Wife and I, what we've been doing is ever since we started watching Suits, we kind of just like ironically just start talking to each other as if we're talking like we're Harvey Specter. We'll be like, when you got a problem, you got 14 choices. Break the door down and point the gun back at them. It's kind of like those kind of like quip quotes. So we've been doing that. But it's a fun show to watch. It's nice to have something in the evenings to kind of chill out too with the pets. But yeah, I think I first watched the first like 3 or 4 seasons, and then when it was current, and I stopped watching it. So we'll see. Chug life, you're grinding as usual. Grinding as usual. Yeah. Chug life is keeping busy, that is for sure. How many frayed knots do we have? We're at 4 here. We'll get a couple more. Put a couple more on the day. Damn Toasted, what's up? Check it in for a Monday morning in Dunmoro. Yeah. I'm really hoping we'll definitely clear Molten Core today. I'm really hoping to finish the Night Slayer set so we can equip that for the rest of Dunmoro. But we'll see. That one's been elusive so far. Might not have to soon though after recent events. ... Yeah, that's true, Chug. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about it, but you know, you never know. Might have to boot up the stream. We'll see. Am I doing any raiding in midnight? Probably quite casually. I've been trying to keep relatively current. Kind of like just chilling, doing some gameplay. So I'm probably gonna do like a couple of Mythic Plus keys per week and just do some pretty casual, like pug raiding. I think that would be fun. But I'm not really a progression raider. Never have. Well, I kind of was a little bit in Cataclysm. That was the only season I really raided like consistently with a guild trying to progress. Other than that, I'm more of a dungeon and then PvP. So I'll probably do some very casual raiding just to see the content and then move along. I more so like to push Mythic Plus. I kind of like the size of the group of Mythic Plus, kind of just chilling. You know, get like a nice little group together, and every now and then you log in and I'll push a key together. That's kind of my preference. I should be tuning in. I mean, I think it'll be interesting to watch coming this Tuesday, the Race to World First. I'll probably tune into that a little bit more than I have before, just because it's so interesting and cool to watch. But I am under no grand illusions that I am anywhere close to a competitive raider. You like that killing the raid bosses give you a little statue for home decor? I didn't know it did that. That's cool, yeah. I mean, it's cool, nice to get like from the dungeons and stuff. Get a little home decor. I like it. I am doing the Frayed Knot Pentagon. Yep. I won't do it too long. This one, it's like nice to warm up with, get the fingers going, kind of chat a little bit, and then I got some plans, some tests to do today, based off recent events, and I mean, if you were here on, what was it, Wednesday or Thursday when we farmed 2,000 copper ore, that stuff not worth that much, man. 2,000 copper ore is worth like in today's market, like 5,000 gold. So I have some things I want to test out a little bit. I also want to log some more runs on Gnomeragan, because with a dungeon like this in the zone, if we're going to put some time in, I'd rather put it in earlier to get some better items on the auction house earlier into the zone as well. Right? That way, while we're in the zone, maybe we can sell some of the items, perhaps. Also, little check on the WoW token price. What's it sitting at? 235,000 gold on North American servers. So it's up a bit, but we're still down. Most out. Yo, Goldbound hype. Appreciate the sub. We're rolling with a Goldbound. We got a lot of work to do in Denbro. Only one way to do it. One gold at a time. Duck you. Good morning. If I want a good watch, go for Heated Rivalry. It's such a heartwarming story and has so much going for it. Your wife and I are obsessed. I watched it with Pathwife. It was pretty good. A bit of a different show than I might normally watch, but it was. I thought it was a good watch. If there's a next season, I would tune in. I'll probably go for like 10 freight knots. Prefer the books? It's tough sometimes with shows or movies. If you have like, if there's a show or a movie you really, really, really like that you read the book for before you watched the movie, I think it's easier to go from watching the movies to reading the books because you get more details and like whatnot. But if there's a book you really like, it can be tough to watch the produced version sometimes. One that really comes to mind is Aragon for me. I was so hyped when the Aragon movie was coming out. That one had no sequel for movies. But it's cool to see it happen. It could have been such an epic movie, but oh well. Is what it is. You were just about to mention Aragon? Yeah. That's the one that comes to mind for me. The movie wasn't the best. There was, I don't know where it was, but I watched there was a fantasy TV show about Aragon, and there was one season. And I definitely liked the show more than the movie, but I don't think there was a second season either. Not that I know of, at least. Brandon Sanderson just got his show deal with Apple TV recently, and he has like more authority with them. That's going to be interesting then. That's going to be very interesting. We're doing a Afraid Not farm live, right? We're live right now, Soros. Yep. Won't be farming it all day, though. You know, I save a little bit more of these for super, super, super repetitive farms. For a little off stream. But it's nice to start it off with, because like a lot of times when I'm just booting up stream, I'm kind of just more so chatting than looking at my screen, and this is a good farm to not really look at your screen too much. Did I just see Brandon? Yeah, someone mentioned that he was getting a like an Apple TV deal or something. Always cool to see that happen for authors. Would I ever make an exception to the rules to get a speed set? Nah. The thing is, a lot of the exceptions that I could do, the reason why I won't do the exceptions is because there'll be things that will be unlocked down the road with other content. Things like the Sky Golem, stuff like that, where sure, it would be good to have now, but it will eventually be unlocked from like a certain zone that has the drops. We can kind of get a pseudo speed set now if things proc with plus speed. Like if we get a drop that's randomly upgraded, we can get plus speed on it. So we can kind of build a pseudo one. You got recommended my channel through Westy YouTube channel. Been watching the farms. Quality stuff. Keep it up. Oh, appreciate it. Glad to have you. We've been farming. We be farming. 100%. One more frayed knot, and I'm gonna peace out. We are officially at 1,000 kills on my Dark Iron Invaders, by the way. As on the bottom right tooltip here, I have a kill tracker, and it turns epic once you get 1,000. I haven't gotten a legendary yet. I wonder if it's maybe 10,000 is legendary. Perhaps. We'll have to find out. Owlkind. Thank you for the tier 1. Welcome in. Did I do the guild invite today? I did one last night, I think. Let me go through again. Oh, I definitely didn't do it last night. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. One more frayed knot, yeah. The frayed knots aren't fast moving, but it's nice if I just do like half an hour a day. I kind of keep it stocked, right? If we get like 10 per day, that's kind of like region sale average. It floats between like 3 to 20 per day. So versus doing like 5 hours one day and stocking up on like 250, I'll get a couple per day and just keep it listed. I don't think I've sold out of them yet, so I should be okay. There is one thing I think could be a pretty good farm. A bit of a sneaky farm, though. Maybe not too socially acceptable. And I'm not talking about Goldshire. I'm talking about... There's a certain type of farm in these older zones that maybe other gold goblins that farm the items don't like. But we'll see. Yeah. There we go. There's the 10th frayed knot. We'll call it there for today. And I am going to go unlearn some professions. So we... Oh, actually, we have Herbalism mining. Ooh, okay, actually, we're doing our raids today, so I do want to have mining for Molten Core. I think you can mine Dark Iron ore with level 1 mining, though. Honestly, I might just go do Molten Core right now before I unlearn my mining, because I want to drop mining today. So I'm going to go do Molten Core before I unlearn it. That way, I have the mining skill for it. I think it just makes sense. Bit of an early Molten Core run, but, you know, it is what it is. Usually we save the Molten Core run for the end of the day, but I got plans for the professions. I'm not sitting on mining all day. So let's go do it. Let's get out there. Maybe it's good luck to do it early. We can just fly right over into the Searing Gorge as well. We have a lot of Eastern Kingdoms unlocked now. It's quite handy for that. Sounds perfect for a rogue. Yeah. Let's head in there. How was the weekend? Weekend was great. There was an avalanche on the mountain pass, though, that we were supposed to drive through, so the road was closed. It's been closed for days. It's like, I think it's like 6 or 7 meters deep, like 300 meters long, covering the road. They're just digging it out right now. So we had to go around in the snowstorm, so it ended up being like an 11-hour drive to get there. We got it at like 3 a.m., got like 3 hours of sleep, woke up for first chair, and just shredded, dude. Absolutely firing out there. Weather was good on the mountain too, so we had a good time. Not the best conditions, not the worst conditions. It just, the way it worked out was there was a blizzard where we were driving, except for the last 3 hours to the mountain. And so the hill we were skiing didn't actually get any snow the night before. But it's okay. It was still a good day. Here we are. back at it again with a Molten Core. I will do a prediction on the bindings and the chest today. Nice, nice. You saw pictures of that mountain pass. Yeah, it's crazy, actually. It's always eerie once it's been cleared out and you drive through where they cleared the avalanche, because it's literally just like a wall of snow on each side. So I'm going to be driving back, not this coming weekend, the next weekend. I'm meeting up with my family for Easter. We're like all kind of getting together for a family hangout. So I'll be taking that pass again, so I'm really hoping it's open. But I'll be driving through the avalanche path if it is, which is kind of cool. To be fair, though, the safest time to go through that area is after the avalanches have been triggered, right? Because all the snow has fallen down. Unless there's been more snow. You know? Getting skinning for a Blackwing layer or nah? I'll see how it goes. I might not do Blackwing layer yet, just in case I do want to level up skinning. The thing is, I have a lot of other stuff I want to test today, so I will be doing a lot of profession swapping on Goldie for that reason. A couple of the professions I want to get, like maybe we'll end the day just doing like some Sunken Temple skinning to level up to 300 skinning and then go do Blackwing layer. That could be a move. But I do want to do some Herbalism, and I think honestly right now Herbalism only, with how dense the nodes are in Gnomeragan, might be good. And then Herbalism into inscription for milling into the pigments, because the pigments seem to be like way more valuable than the herbs right now. So I think it could actually boost our consistent gold per hour quite a bit in Gnomeragan if we take that angle. Plus, I want to do more Gnomeragan with Enchanting. So right now with Gnomeragan we vendor a lot, but if we had Enchanting while doing Gnomeragan, we'd be getting all the materials as well. And then I also got raids to do, so if I don't end up having time to level up skinning, that's okay. We'll take the L today and just get the rest of the loots. Yeah. Dark iron bars are up in price. Are they now? Do I have the wetlands yet? No, I don't. I don't have it yet. That's gonna be a good one though. Definitely some whelp farming to be had when we get there. 100%. Speaking of dark iron, I really should. It's tough. I should farm up a bunch of dark iron ore as well and smelt it, because my alt can soon craft the dark iron sconces. So there's a lot of to-do lists on Goldie right now. But I don't actually, I was looking and I've unlearned skinning, or I've unlearned mining once since we actually learned and did the quest line for dark iron ore. So I don't actually, I'll show you, I don't actually right now. Oh, we're lagging hard. I can't open the mining journal? There we go. I don't actually have smelt dark iron bar right now. I have to do the quest line again. So I'd rather wait until I have a bunch stockpiled to do the quest line again and smelt the bars to make the Shadowforge sconces. So that could be a thing for this week for sure. We'll see. Yeah. I have to do the quest every time. At least every time I level up mining again. So if I get to 300 mining... Oh wait, you don't need the quest again, just ask him to teach? Oh. So he can just train me now that I've done the quest? It's not like a repeatable quest? Okay, that's actually way better then. So maybe what I'll do then is after today, after this run of Molten Core, I'll just smelt up what I have. Since we have the level, if I can go and train it, that'll be good. I think we'll have enough for like 1 sconce after the days. After the day's farms. That'll be a good thing to look into. So that'll be after Molten Core, before we unlearn mining. I'll just smelt all the dark iron ore and hopefully have enough to craft 1 sconce on the alt. That should be good. I did see some of our Lonkmadan bearskin rugs have sold. A couple of them. So, not all of them though. But once those sell out, I will want to go farm more rugged leather. Do the dogs not reset themselves in retail? If you don't kill them all at once, they will. Like, they'll res. But if you just AoE them down, like if you AoE the pack all at once, they don't revive. But if I only killed like 4 out of 5 of the pack, they would. They would res. Will I be using my crafting alts to also run raids? Not for like general farming purposes. The only way I would do a raid on alt, which might actually be applicable to Molten Core, is some of the recipes that you can have drop from these bosses, like for blacksmithing or leatherworking, they're actually soul-bound recipes, not war-bound. So if I get the drop on Goldie, let's see if I have one here. I don't think I have one on me right now. But if I get the drop on Goldie, I can't actually transfer it to the alt. In which case, if there's a recipe I want to farm, I'll have to farm that specific recipe, if it's soulbound, on the alt. So that's the only caveat. Caveat? Yeah, that's the only caveat to that, is if it's a soulbound recipe. Otherwise, 100% of farms, clears, combat, and stuff will be on Goldie. Yeah. So, there's a couple situations like that will come up as we go, where it's like, it's something I can get on Goldie that if I had blacksmithing, for example, I would learn. For example, like you remember in Searing Gorge, in the cave here, there's the fire resistance consumable, and then the hidden chest for like the recipe for the blazing rapier. That's also a soulbound recipe, so I'll have to go get that on the alt. I can't get it on Goldie and send it over. But then in things like lumber is warbound bound, so I can get it on Goldie and transfer it. And of course, trade goods are BOE, so, or not BOE. They're just tradable indefinitely. All right, so the first question of the day: do we get a duplicate binding? Let's say I have a rare pattern drop. Do I sell it or learn it to craft the item? Like, in your opinion, how do I make that decision? It's a case-by-case basis. So what I'll do is I will look at how much the recipe itself sells for compared to how much the item sells for. So if it's like the recipe sells for 60,000 gold and the item only sells for like 5,000 with a terrible sale rate, I will just sell the recipe. But if the recipe sells for like 1,000 gold and the item sells once crafted for like 3,000 gold with like a decent profit margin, then I'll learn it. I'll also look into if I have all the materials to craft it. So some crafts I can't craft yet because I don't have the materials in my unlocked zones, in which case I may be more inclined to sell the recipe. But it's about 50-50 to be honest. So I look into the value of the item, the recipe, and the reagents and all that stuff. Yeah, but good question, because it is definitely an ongoing thing that I'm balancing. Okay. So, no duplicate binding, which is good. Our next boss is Baron Geddon. We're going to do a poll here, guys. We're going to do a YouTube poll and a Twitch prediction. Binding of the Windseeker. We need the left half. The question is, will the left half drop? Okay. Manage prediction. Does the left binding drop? 2-minute submission over on Twitch. And I'm also going to do one on YouTube for a poll. Ask a question. Does the left binding drop? Yes and no. All right. I hope it does, guys. I hope it does. Sorry if this has been suggested before, but you can use the teleport in and out of instants the same way the druids can. The house teleport. Yes. In general, I've been trying to avoid teleport mechanics that aren't death mechanics on Goldie, like with the housing. Because the main thing is, I wanted to have the housing kind of for the neighborhood and not as like a farm or an advantage for Goldie in the real world. That's like kind of the reason I haven't been doing it. But it would be a min-max to do. It's correct. Let's go, Gamba. Let's go. Predictions rolling, guys, for the binding. Okay, we got about 30 seconds left on it. The drop rate's not that high, so you know, right now we have a lot on yes, like 40k on yes, 90k on no on Twitch. So, you know, it might be a good bet to say no, but if you want to be hopeful, then I'm all there for it too. I'd vote it would drop because I hope it does. I hope it drops. I also hope T-Blue's Blazing Longsword drops. That'd be nice. Alright, I'll tag him here and I'll wait. Boom. I'll drop a Recuperate just so I, you know, get that extra RNG luck. So right now, let's take a look at Twitch versus YouTube on the poll. So YouTube is voting 62% yes. YouTube doesn't bet channel points, so generally YouTube is more optimistic. And then Twitch, let's see here, with the prediction, is 29% yes. So let's see. You ready? I'm just gonna go open it. It's a no. It's a no today, guys. It's okay. We'll get it one day. Perhaps we saved our luck for the Night Slayer chest. Which I would actually, honestly, at this point in time, assuming we don't get Silithus right away, I would kind of prefer to have the Night Slayer set completed today versus, like, if I had to choose the drop today, I probably would take Night Slayer. The chest. Because I just want to switch out my transmog and wear Night Slayer. We'll see, though. Getting lots of lava cores. Might need to save these up a little bit for the alt to farm Thorium rep. Thorium Brotherhood reputation. Unless that's account bound now. I don't know if it is or not. Okay. Now, I'm gonna do a quick prediction on if the Night Slayer chest drops. This one's gonna be a shorter time period just because we're like right on it. Yes and no. I hope it does. Let me just do it on YouTube as well. Will Night Slayer chest drop? Yes. No. Start pool. Since we're doing the pool, I'll just run around real quick to get the clear while the pool's ticking. Oh no, Brett, you went all in on binding. No points left. Let's see if it drops. If it does, I will switch out the transmog. Eight seconds left on the pool, so I can just run up and kill here. This one's been evading us. The Night Slayer chest, we're, what are we, like 26, I think, kills on Golemag, maybe 25. So far, no chest. It's been unlikely. All in? Let's see. Let me get this Dark Iron ore real quick. Okay. Let's loot it. Drop a recoup as well. A recoup in the boss. Maybe that's the secret. Okay, let's go. No Night Slayer chest again. I mean, we did get a Sulfur Ingot, which is good. But geez, we are getting unlucky on these drops, you guys. YouTube was 72% yes on that vote, by the way. I appreciate the optimism. Didn't get it. Twitch was 29% no as well. Oh no. Well, it is what it is, guys. I mean, can't win them all. One day, I bet you the run that we get the next binding, we also get the chest. I bet it happens all at once at this rate. It is good to get the Sulfur Ingots, though. I gotta save these up. I gotta maybe look into... We have 5 now. So I have to look into how many we'll need for the crafts and just keep those in storage. Because the only boss that's dropping them for us is Gnomeragan. So if we sell them all... If we sell them all, then we have to literally wait weeks and weeks to farm them, which would be quite a problem. So I'd rather just save them up. Also, no Blood of the Mountains this run either. Interesting drops this run, actually.
It's month 6. Next month is 7. The youth today would love the 67 reference here. Side quest, can the boys get a poncho party soon?
Yo, an angry Mexican guy. Thanks for the prime. Maybe we will have a poncho party soon. We've had the door closed for some time. But, you know, potentially. I'll run it by the Administrator Poncho. Alright. Sulfur and Harbinger. Take him out. I'm also probably going to sit on all of the epics, because I will be getting Disenchanting at some point today. Or getting Enchanting, which... with it comes Disenchanting, so I'll be able to disenchant all that stuff today. I want to have Enchanting for the Gnomeragan runs, so that would be good. $2K was way too fast. I should have done 3,000 for the copper ore. 3,000 will be a lot of copper ore to farm. Maybe if the copper ore prices go up, we'll have to farm that many. Maybe. Mutai, good morning / afternoon path. Fishing in Midnight here while taking calls for work, trying to get WoW tokens to buy them. This is a copy of Midnight for her account. I've heard fishing is quite good for some gold in Midnight. It's also nice and chill. I always like fishing in WoW, so best of luck with the catches. But yeah, right now, like from a time investment, copper ore, it's nice to farm, but it's not great. So I'm hoping we can optimize the Herbalism shuffle a little bit today to get some actual better rates of gold per hour. And then maybe we can log some real time on Herbalism only. See what kind of loot we can get. If I was a druid, Herbalism only would be unreal. Okay, last boss, Ragnaros. Let's do it. Rosebomb, you've been doing your own gold locked, sort of a speed run where you unlock a new zone every 10,000 gold. Okay, been going well. You have 17 zones unlocked so far. Just farming Arcane Crystal and Silithus now. Silithus sounds like a good zone to farm in, but that's a fun way to do it. I think I'm gonna jump down and get these Dark Iron ores I missed, by the way. But that's a good way to do it. If you don't want to like have the grind of like, you know, a WoW token, you can set whatever number you want. So I think that's cool. And Krieg, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Happy to have you here. But yeah, you can set whatever you want. I think 10K is a good mark. You know, I've seen people doing other ones too. Or if you're going to do like a Goldbound type thing in Classic, you by default don't have a WoW token, at least for now. So you'd have to set your own number and take it from there. Timmy Tech, you finished MC finally. Probably getting some flashbacks seeing this run, hey? But yeah, congrats on the bindings. You dropping the vid soon? In the editing process, or where's that at? I'm interested to have a peek. You like grinding, but sadly don't love it. That's fair. I mean, if you do 10K, you can do way more zone exploration. We're currently working on editing. 7 weeks of clips equals oof. That is an oof. Editing is one of those ones. It's so... what's the word? It's so... I don't know. Not misleading. But it's kind of shocking when you really get down into it, like how much time it ends up taking. Annoying. Not the word I was looking for, but I mean, in some sense, I suppose. Deceiving. Yeah, it's kind of deceiving how long it takes. Maybe I'll get a Blood of the Mountain from these Molten Destroyers. You find it tedious? Yeah. I've definitely gotten more efficient with it, with certain systems and like workflows. But it's, yeah. It can be quite tedious. The earlier, probably like the first like 10 episodes, my play to edit time, for every hour of playtime was probably 2 hours of editing. Now I think honestly that's flipped. Like if I play for like 30 hours, it's probably 15 hours of editing, I would say. It also depends on what kind of stuff you're doing though. But yeah, I have like, if on my third monitor, I have so many different folders, which helps keep it organized, different dates, so I know which dates I got into footage when I want to go back and grab it and stuff. That helps a lot too. Those are cool. Green Stompy to the binding with a tier 1 chest drop. Unfortunately, no. Not today. Maybe we can get another Orb of Deception or Eye of Sulfurous. Let's see. Tell me more. What else do you have to say? When 2 hours of fishing is 1 sentence of content in a video. Yeah. There's certain things that are more time or less time than editing. Path needs to level up his editing speed skills. I've definitely gotten more efficient. Yeah, I definitely have. I also quite enjoy editing. I have a nice big coffee, get into it. I think I like the like I script, right? I write my scripts out. I like the scripting process, the writing process quite a bit. Eye of Sulfurous, not BOP. It is, but anyone can use it. The hammer is not BOP. I don't have it on Gold yet, so if I get it to drop... Actually, I might have to... Wait, do I have to farm that on my Paladin then? I might have to. Oh. Let's take a look at this item. Yeah, bind's been picked up. It is soulbound. So I'd have to get the blacksmithing recipe on. No, anyone can make the Lego? Oh, so I could make the hammer on the Paladin, then send the hammer over here. Okay. And have the eye to connect. Yeah. Alright, let's see what we get. Nothing really, actually. Nothing really. Like, even low value BOEs. This was a below average Molten Core run. No Blood of the Mountains. We got 53 Dark Iron ore, which I think is also kind of low. But hey, we may not get it all today, but we gotta do it every week to hopefully get those drops, right? So that's how we do it. Like I said, I am not going to... Actually, before I sell trash, let me just list my frayed knots so I don't sell my frayed knots today. Where are they at? Ooh, this doesn't show gray items, this auctionator. I wonder if I can change that in settings. So yeah, I'm just gonna sell the junk items and the food items. I'm gonna keep a lot of this stuff though, just because I will disenchant it later today. Now, I'm doing this all kind of earlier today than I normally would because I want to unlearn mining today. I want to unlearn mining and get, well, inscription, but also enchanting. So I want to get Molten Core out of the way because I wanted to farm Dark Iron ore, but now I got to go smelt all the Dark Iron ore before I unlearn mining. I'll probably have to level it up at some point again, but that's a job for later. Ideally, we could have 3 professions on Goldie. But, yeah. How's Golden Path's bearskin rug selling going? I haven't sold out, but I've sold a couple. I have sold a couple. I saw them come through. I won't say the number or when they sold, but I did sell a couple of them. So it's, I think we're officially in the green on the crafting alt for leatherworking, which is nice. So everything from now on out is just like straight profit on the alt for leatherworking. So I will eventually have to feed him more rugged leather and rugged hide. So I think that'll be a good long-term seller. But for now, let's head into Blackrock Depths. All right, what's the best way to the forge? Is it this way? Yeah, because the anvil's here. Can't I just jump down? On the wrong side. Here, one sec. I thought I could just go down through here. Right? Is it possible? Yeah. Oh, I might die here, though. I got a lava jump. And then I'll recuperate on this ledge here. That was some good lava jumping at the end there, actually. Yeah, because we'll just go over there. Ooh, actually, oh no. I gotta reset, because I gotta clear through it. Because actually you have to train the skill. I don't have Dark Iron crafting right now. I gotta talk to the guy again. So I'll just reset. Because if I go this way, that door is locked still. For the 7. Yeah. Okay, so I'd rather go just past the Grim Guzzler, right? Let's go up here. Yeah. Do I have the mats to train? Someone was saying that once you've done the quest, he just trains it. Do you need the true silver every time? That's what I was afraid of. Let's go see. You know, the floor is indeed lava. I should have had some of my fire resist potions, you're right.
Greetings, travelers.
Yo! Trefo, greetings, traveler. How you doing? Hop in here to train. Because my mining is... What level is mine? Please tell me it's 300. It's not. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me just see what this guy would do right now, as is. Okay, yeah, so we can just do it each time. Oh, and I had the mining level for it. So yeah, once you've done the quest once, you can just go back, even if you've unlearned mining, and just do it again. So that's handy. As long as you have the level for it. I do have to clear the boss now, though. Yeah, I was worried I would have to pay the true silver and the gold every time. But once the quest is done, it looks like you're good to go. Does that mean you've not unlearned mining since Duskwood? No, I have, because I just retrained the smelting. Because I had originally in Duskwood learned it. And then unlearned mining, and I leveled my mining back up. But I didn't have the smelt dark iron learned. But I just went back to him and he taught me it again. But there's no quest again. It's a one-time quest, I suppose, so. As long as you've done it once on your character, you have the renown with them to do it again. Am I staying hydrated today? I'll have to go get some water. I've been drinking a lot of water this morning, but I should go fill up in a little bit too. Also, Rosrith, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Welcome in, raiders. Just coming down to the Black Forge to do some smelting here. It's not going to take long. We don't have that much dark iron here. But we'll smelt everything we have up because I am about to unlearn it. And I want to get this over to the crafting alt to craft the Shadowforge sconces. Yeah. So I have 17 of them. Not bad. Yeah, I guess I'll look through and see if any of these are profitable to smelt. Oh, I don't actually have a forge here. I'll go to the forge. Yeah, because if there's some stuff that's profitable to smelt, I may as well get it done while I have mining. And then I can unlearn. Although, actually, I might leave it. Because it might come in handy down the road once I re-level mining. I can just keep some of the stuff unsmelted to actually, like, boost my mining level. To like, smelt through the bands a little bit. So that might actually be a bit better. I don't have very much, so it's not like it'll be that big of a game changer, but a couple levels here and there should be good. Okay. Back to Dunmoreau. I might grab momentarily disenchanting just to get rid of all this stuff. I wonder, now that I have everything from Blackwing Lair I need, if I don't have skinning leveled up, I don't even know if it's worth running it. Because you kind of get like most of the gold from skinning, so if I am going to do Blackwing Lair, I really should level up skinning today at some point. Not that it takes too long though, it's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes in Sunken Temple to do that. Yeah, because I really just want those green dragon, or the blue dragon scales. The valuable dragon scales. There we go. We're back. So, I can unlearn mining. And luckily we have a trainer here to tell me about production professions, specifically enchanting, please. Train me in enchanting. Just for a second, because I do want to disenchant everything I had. I mean, if I'm going to unlearn the profession anyways, I may as well quickly grab this. Also, guys, I gotta lock in for a second while I disenchant. I don't want to, Oops, I just stealthed. I don't want to disenchant something I want to sell eventually. Yeah, these are selling for a lot. The materials. Well, at least the greater essences are. Yeah, wow. Really good, actually. Ooh, 5 greater essences? Oh my gosh. I'll take it. Come on, you want to disenchant live for 100k? Oh no. Now we'll be careful. We'll be careful with the enchanting today. I mean, they're technically down in price though. The historical price was 34 gold. Jeez. Things are weird right now though, because like a lot of people who were doing old world farms are now doing midnight farms, right? So a lot of things are a little wonky. Okay. Trying to save up for a PC right now. You haven't had a computer since Shadowlands, but you want to play WoW so bad. If you want to play Midnight versus like retail, or sorry, versus like classic, you might be able to get away with a little bit less beefy of a PC. So it depends what you want to play as well, for what your budget might want to be. Also, if you want to play other games too. I'll probably sell the Hyperions on the Transmog alt. You want to play all to BH? Yeah, then probably you'd want to go a bit more than what just classic WoW could get by on. So best of luck with your savings, and that'll be sick once you get it. See how many greater Eternals I got from this here. What's 600 gold worth right now? Not bad. And then 16 gold of Large Brilliance, 26 gold of Rich Illusion Dust. Okay. Okay. What's the spell right above Fan of Knives? Where's my Fan of Knives? That's just Sap. Sap. I think it might be a keybind, though. Yeah, it's just a keybind. It's a macro for me to talk to myself. Like, get to do the emote. To the right? Oh, to the right? That's the pet. That's Coldy Cat. Our Dunmoreau, like, leopard cat. We'll have him out. Go ahead and unlearn enchanting now, because I want to grab inscription. So here's my theory. I think Herbalism, inscription, Dunmoreau is the meta. I don't think it's dual gathering. I don't think it's mining only. I do think it is the inscription angle. You thought it was the Winter Spring Frost Saber, which I shouldn't have. Yeah. Nope. We're in line. We're in line. Don't worry. We are all good. Let's see. Bonjour, ça va? Ça va bien? Et tu? Let's get inscription. Train me in inscription. Skinning for Blackwing Lair. I want to do a bunch of other stuff before I do Blackwing Lair, and I'll have to learn and unlearn like a whole bunch. So I'll leave it be for a bit here. I'm just gonna grab only. I don't want ores or lumber right now. I'm just gonna get herbs. Look how many herbs there are, though. Oh yeah, we can play around with the pigments too. Yeah. Yeah, the pigments could be good because you just automatically get them. Like this isn't these aren't housing dyes. These are housing pigments, which we literally can just make from the herbs we have as baseline. So I'll have to compare pigment milling to standard milling and get some like rates on that. Anyways, let's go. Let's just get some herbs. Let's get the herbs going. There are plenty of herbs to be seen. Like there's 1, 2. Like how many are there on my screen now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 herbs on the screen. Oh my gosh. That's good. We're getting some XP again as well. Man, if we were a druid here, we could just hop from node to node so well. You'd expect a lush forest to have more herbs nodes than a snowy valley. Yeah, like Stranglethorn, you'd think would be covered in herb nodes. I guess most of those ones are probably too tough. Too tough for the environment to actually like use. We're all probably poisonous, but even then that might be useful. Honestly, I think I will switch off of Skyriding here to Steady Flight. They're just so close together and there's so many trees right now, I think it might be better if they're this close together for Steady Flight. It's just easier for me, I think. Yeah, I would imagine Stranglethorn Vale, yeah, would have like a ton of plants, but not all necessarily usable. Like there's probably a lot of plantation stuff. Like ferns or like vines that aren't necessarily usable in oh yeah, one sec. Treasure, am I on the right spec for treasure hunting? No, I'm not. Wait, is it? Wait. Was treasure hunting in all specs? Find treasure? This is a outlaw rogue thing to find chests, basically. Like any chest that you could open will show up on your mini map. Bjarn is found. We'll leave Bjarn be for now. The Frostmane hunters are hilarious. All right. Current prices of Earth. Man, Earthroot is 1 gold right now. That's mad. Gotta hope milling increases the profits here. I think it could. Zoom in close to a silverleaf bush and you'll see a human face? Really? One sec. I don't see it. I just see the leaves. Maybe my like density is too high or something. Maybe if my particle density was lower, or not particle density, maybe if my like environmental detail was lower, I could see inside the bush. I have ground clutter down though. My ground clutter is quite low. I was having it's kind of a bit annoying in some of these classic zones if you like are on retail and you crank ground clutter. It's just way too much going on. Like, let me see if I can, I'll just hold off for a bit actually. I want to get some more herbs. But it's like in Elwyn Forest, if you crank ground clutter on retail, ooh, it's too much. In new zones, the ground clutter, like they make specific ones for it, but in old zones, they just like spam tall grass. Myth 32 with a Twitch Prime. You'll appreciate that. Yeah. You're gonna go make food as it's 7 p.m. So hopefully you'll be back before I'm done farming herbs. We'll see. GLHF with the food. We'll be here. We'll be hanging out. Farming some gold. Yeah, earthroot is like 1 gold each. Silverleaf is 2 gold each. However, the mill values, it's telling me like, for example, the mill value on earthroot is 7 gold each. So we could potentially massively increase our value here. We shall see. How much gold per ounce? Per ounce of earthroot? I don't know. I guess the question is how much is 1 earthroot? Like if you gather the earthroot leaf, is 1 like piece an ounce? Or is that a... I don't know. 28 grams? We'll see. Might have to ask the Defias Brotherhood about that one. They probably know a bit more on those measurements. We're a rogue, but you know we sell on the old auction house, so we got to follow strict trade protocols. So far, I mean, it's just tentative, based on min buyout, but right now we're 7 minutes into the herb farm, and we're sitting at like 1,400 gold per hour, which kind of makes sense. It's a bit higher than the mining only farm and a bit lower than the dual gathering farm. Generally speaking, dual gathering from just a gathering perspective, if the ores and the herbs are of similar value, they should be kind of close, but dual gathering should be a bit better because you might have a little higher density if you're also getting ore. That being said, there isn't much we can do with the ore. Like, if we smelt copper ore, we don't really increase the value much more than 20 silver. So the idea here is we may be able to mill the herbs into valuable things, particularly for dyes or pigments. And that might unlock more gold per hour. If we can double the gold per hour here from herbs, like if we can increase our value 2x, all of a sudden this is a 2,800 gold per hour farm. 3x? Ooh, we're laughing. We'll see though. Speaking of herbing, you wish for the sky golem that they would allow you to turn off that corkscrew animation in flight. I know which one you mean. I like it, but I can see how it might make you sick. It should be like a animation for if you press a certain button that you do like the corkscrew flight. But I know 100% which animation you're talking about, yeah. It doesn't seem to bother me though. Gibblewit! Let's take him out. Imbued Fortune Teller Cloak. I'll put that to the side and we'll take it out of the trade good gold per hour. Is housing server exclusive stuff like any other crafting material, like decor specifically? Mala, I don't know for sure, but my gut instinct is that the decor is is more so server groups, not region wide. I think decor is more like transmog in that sense, but the materials for it would be like region wide. Maybe someone in chat can confirm that for me, but I think decors shares the same server groups as like transmog. That would make sense to me. I'm selling the decor on my transmog character. Like in my head, it's kind of like good selling transmog is what it is. I'm selling more so trade goods on Goldie. Yeah, I haven't looked into it, but I'm pretty certain it would be that. Especially with the volume I see listed. I think if it was region-wide, I would see way more of certain decor items I'm selling. So I think it is region, or it's like servers. And I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that some high pop servers for transmog, it's like legit their server only. I'm on more of a medium pop server, so my transmog is posted across several servers that are in the same server group, all like mid to low pop servers, so it just depends. My server back in the day, I think it was like maybe in Warlord to Draenor, it got merged with another server or two. So now all of us share the same economy. That was before they did the cross server play stuff, like everything was on your server. You could only see other players on your server, kind of like how Classic is. There's a period of time where retail was like that, but then some servers were dying, so they just put like 5 dying servers together to make a decently populated server. But the servers still kept their old names, some of them, and then you just have hyphenations. It was kind of strange, but that is my understanding of where the server groups came from, and then they kind of got expanded to make it so most servers have decent markets. Yeah, Moonguard, from what I can tell, what I've heard, is a really good server for like transmog, high pop. However, Moonguard, if you are selling transmog there, you may have to do a lot more undercut scans than you would on a lower pop server. So for my server, it's not super high population. There's not like a crazy amount of other people posting. There's definitely competition, but I don't do undercut scans on transmog. I have mine set to list for 24 hours, and I do a repost every day. I have some groups, like if there's some items that are a bit more high value that I know there is competition on, I'll put them in a specific group, and then I'll do undercut scans on that group only. I have housing decor in that group, because that is a little more competitive, so I will do housing decor undercut scans. And then just some other faster selling transmog that I'm dealing with, but I'd rather just be out here farming than doing undercut scans on my whole auction house. You know? Hourly undercut scans on Moonguard? Yeah, I believe that. I feel like you'd have to. Saiku, hello. Dun, dun, dun. The one thing that we got here, the fortune teller's cloak, I think is going to impact our gold per hour. I should have actually I should pause this right now and turn off item classes. That way these item only oh no, yeah. Armor and trade skill, let's go. Vendor sell. That way, if we do loot another one, it doesn't impact our calculation there. Back at it. How's it going in the new zone so far? It's been good. So the big, of course, the big thing about this zone is the addition of a warband crafting alt, which is super, super handy to have. So far, the actual farms, like the consistent trade good stuff, not transmog, the gold per hour is low. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the gold per hour is low. But it's a starting zone, so that's kind of what we expect. Transmog is good though. There's some other aspects for gold in here, so there's definitely a variety of farms, which is nice. And also, not an overwhelming amount of farms, so we can actually spend some time, kind of like we're doing now, with honing in on which gathering is better and what, you know, what production crafting to maximize the gathering gold per hour. And then, of course, just go log some hours in Gnomeragan. Might as well go do Bjarn. There we go. So now the cadet leggings don't record as 24 gold. They record as as 10 copper, which is their vendor sell price. Actually, it's lower than their vendor sell price. I think TSM has the wrong vendor sell price for these. So apparently you can drag and drop the transmog icons from the transmogrifier to your hotbar and spells. Huh. Oh, I put the trade goods in vendor sell too. I did. Oh no. You're right. Let's undo that. Let's go min biote. Wait, I spelled that wrong. Let's see if that works now. No, it's not working. Oh. Let's see. Isn't it just min buyout? Let's see if that works. It's not working. There's a space, isn't there? There must be a space. I'm just gonna unclick it. If I unclick it, does it fix it? Yes, because now it's just going off this base one. Oh, there we go. So, I gotta reset it now. The data is invalidated because we had some time where I was just getting them in buyout or the vendor sell price. I may do a preliminary milling though. Let's do that. It's DB min buyout, Database min buyout? Ah, that must be what it is. Okay. Let me, I kind of want to do a little initial test of milling just while we have some herbs and get rid of the herbs we have left over. Because we do have some herbs left over from our previous farms. So I'll do an initial test, compare the value to the milled value. Yo, Snores with the Prime. Appreciate it. I think the hay got canceled out there with the Ys, but appreciate the Prime. Let's go. Okay, so... Inscription. So there's a lot of angles we can actually go right now. Before, there used to be just milling. Like, this is the classic milling where we're going to get alabaster pigments, things like that. But now we can also do the dyes. So we're going to have to test out a little bit on each. Let me do... So dyes, can this one be silverleaf? It can. Which ones are all silverleaf? That's swift thistle. So is each herb like a certain color? It looks like it. Okay. So for example, blue pigment comes from a couple different types of herbs, but silverleaf, if you mill it, you only get blue pigment. So what I'm going to do is take 100 of these, 100 silverleaf. And also a stack of 1 because I want to have 2 stacks of 100. So this base value right now is 200 gold, min buyout. If I take this and I select this 100 and get blue pigments, how much gold is it? So 200 gold is the base. I'm going to compare milling it into blue pigments, which are currently 15 gold each. And then we'll compare it with classic milling as well. Pretty interesting. So, mill 10. Looks like I'm just getting one at a time here. Okay. That's bad. We lost gold on that, guys. So it looks like it is just a 1-to-1. Like 10 herbs give you 1 pigment, which makes the calculation pretty straightforward, actually. That's bad. So we can do a similar, like in our head calculation here, actually, for all these other herbs. For example, mage royal. It was probably 1-to-1. There were 3 gold each, but the pigment's 30 gold. So it actually is probably like break even. Let me just see what happens. Yeah, it's 1. Now, something like Peace Bloom, we definitely don't want to mill this because they're worth 4 gold each, but the white pigment is worth 20 gold. That's half the value. We'd lose half our value milling into pigments. Very bad. And Earthroot, so that's Briarthorn. What does Earthroot mill into? Wait, which one's Earthroot? Did I miss it? It should be one of the ones we have a few of. Is there no dye from Earthroot, actually? I think there's no dye from Earthroot. Interesting. Yeah, there's no dye that we have from Earthroot. However, let's do a similar calculation here. We're going to do the Silverleaf again. This time we're going to salvage 100 Silverleaf. Which is 20 casts of milling into a regular milling, which should give us pigments. Yeah, this is way better already. So the pigments, it gives you like several, like 3 to 4. Oh yeah, oh, this is the way to go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is the way to go. Oh yeah. So that took our Silverleaf from being worth 400 gold to 594 gold. So, I mean, there's going to be some variance in there because it's 2 to 4, so it's going to be a little bit RNG. Average would be 3, I suppose, if it's all weighted equally. But that gives each Silverleaf a value of 5.9 gold. Question is it the same rate for Peace Bloom? Let's just do 100 Peace Bloom, 20 crafts. If I grab the Peace Bloom here... Where is my Peace Bloom? There it is. So if I have 100 Peace Bloom, the current value on that, it's the same. It's 4 gold each, so it's 400 gold for 100. Let's go ahead and mill 100 of these and see if the value increases from 400 gold. It's going to, because we just got the alabaster pigments as well. It's been 3 every time. Oh, interesting. We didn't get as lucky. Oh. It stopped crafting? Why did it stop crafting? Now it's going to throw off the numbers. It's saying requires 5 Peace Bloom, and it's bugged because it's technically pulling from the stack that has 2. If I go like this, it's going to do it. Yeah. But it's going to be more than that I actually milled. Yeah. Pulled from the wrong stack. It's giving the same pigment, though, at the same rate, so it should be the same. It's about 6 gold per Peace Bloom, which is good. What I'm really curious about is Earthroot. Because Earthroot right now is selling for 1 gold each, which is so bad. If we can get a similar, like 6 gold each from Earthroot, we are laughing. Let me just go ahead and just mill 150 of these. So let me take off 4 from this stack just to look at the value. So this stack is worth 150 gold. I guess I could have done that in my head. 150 times 1. That makes sense. Now let me do the 150. Should be 30 casts. I hope it doesn't try to pull from this, because then it'll bug the milling, but let's just see. Okay, it's giving us alabaster as well. That's great news. So basically, if it, instead of getting 1 gold each from these, we should be able to get like 5 to 6 gold. Because 2 to 3 pigments. That's what we like to see. Milling is sometimes weird. Kind of bugs out if there's more stacks. Sometimes refuses to mill if you have 2 stacks. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Even in in midnight milling. Yeah, look at that. Let me just mill everything I have. Just so I have a fresh stack here for more farming. And I'll do a little bit with the alabaster pigments as well. They're even down in price right now. Okay, so Moonglow ink is technically profitable right now. Because our alabaster pigments are 9 gold each, but Moonglow is 20 gold each. So we can actually get even more profit on this. What I'll do is I'll craft these up, and then we'll go farm, and I'll just process everything I get from farming, and we can actually see the gold per hour for an hour. Yeah, Moonglow ink is currently about 20 gold each. The reagents to craft it are 18 gold, so it's like a 3 gold profit per craft. And then we can start researching it as well to go for the glyphs. The scrolls aren't going to be worth much. We can actually just jump down though and look at the glyphs. How much is the Glyph of the Stars going for? Whoa, it tanked. Glyph of the Stars is going for 8 gold each. Spectral Wolf, 45 gold each. So these are taking 3 Moonglow inks. So unless the glyphs Unless the glyphs are more than like 63 gold, it's a negative value. Glyph of the Fowl Menagerie is currently profitable, but regular sales are more like 36 gold. Okay. So honestly, I probably won't go the glyph route. Some scrolls can be used for housing crafts, really? Okay, so maybe there are some profitable ones. Let me just look through here. Maybe there's an angle there. These are all, by the way, unlearned crafts. So I can still scout through the unlearned crafts to see if there might be something. If we just happen to fall on something, although we would want it to be one of the ones we can craft, because these ones require Moonglow ink. Those are going to be the only scrolls we can actually make. I don't think we're going to be able to do these inks. They are really good in price right now, though. Is there a Moonglow? They might actually be good down the road here. Yeah, this scroll is not profitable. This scroll is not the best. Okay. I mean, worst case scenario, Moonglow ink is good. Surprise Cuddles. Hey, Pathlurks, you don't play WoW anymore, but you appreciate the content. You get to scratch an itch without having to dive in. Thanks for that. You're welcome. That makes me happy to hear. Some people have told me that they don't have the time to play WoW, or they don't want to get back invested into it, but watching the vids is like a good kind of way to, you know, scratch that itch to see the World of Warcraft vibe. And that's cool, because that's like the same vibe I got from a lot of the RuneScape creators I got a lot of inspiration from with the challenge series. So it's cool to see that come, you know, that comment come through. I appreciate that. There very well may be profitable inks to craft down the road with like better materials. Like violet pigments crafting into this seems pretty good. But those aren't the zones we're in right now, right? We're in Gnomeragan, so we'll leave those be for now. Oh, yeah, I bet this scroll is used for housing, hey? Oh, Scroll of Intellect 4 was the one you were thinking about. That's funny. I literally just clicked on it randomly. That's the one you're talking about. Yeah, so this random scroll has a value because it is used in a housing craft. That's funny. So it requires Celestial Ink, and Celestial Ink is a higher level pigment thing, which is all good. Maybe down the road we'll do it. But let me get these listed here. Hustling inks, like we used to back in the day. I will just go ahead and sell. I know it's not great to sell these at these prices, but I just want to get them out of my inventory so I have a fresh inventory to do an hour of herbalism farming from. That way we can just like look directly in the bags, see how much gold an hour of herbalism and Gnomeragan is, process it all, time the processing, and then see what the end value with processing is. So that's the next thing we're going to do here. I'll make sure to have it on min buyout, but we're honestly just going to be looking at the value in the bags anyways. Let me go to add-ons and get farming bar enabled, because we're about to lock in for a farm here, guys. I probably shouldn't have dropped them all off the... Oh, I still have them here. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and actually adjust the appearance here to general layout. I only want to have 3 buttons. Because we're only farming 3 things, guys. So let's have 3 buttons. Let's make them bigger. Now, everyone knows if you're about to go lock into a farm, what do you need? An iced Americano. So I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to get an iced Americano. But just sit tight. I won't be long at all. And we'll go farm these out. So, BRB. 1 sec. We had a stowaway come into the room. So Stella will hang in here for a little bit. Whew, I had to run outside. Let me catch my breath because it's recycling day, and I've forgotten to put the recycling out the past couple Mondays. And Pathwife was like, "Don't forget today." I'm like, "Okay, I won't forget." And it had blown over, so I had to run out,
Pog.
throw all the recycling back in the bin, close it. Otherwise, the truck won't take it, and that would have been bad because we have a bit of a backlog on recycling. Yo, Quap, Pog, 8 months on the tier 1. Appreciate it. Let's go. 8 months, that's crazy. We've been streaming 8 months. Wow. Okay, guys. And gals. Iced Americano acquired. Only thing left is one man, aka Goldie, one zone, and thousands of herbs. Let's go. How many herbs? Thousands. We'll find out how many there are at the end of the hour. We'll add it all up. The cool thing is, once we get a more accurate rate on the averages for milling, technically, Peace Bloom, Silverleaf, and Earthroot are all the same herb to us if we're going to mill them. Because they mill down into either, well, they mill down into alabaster pigments, all of them. So, to us, unless, you know, the markets could shift, maybe we talk too much about milling the herbs and then like the herb prices go up and pigment prices go down. Also, one sec, I gotta stop the timer because Stella wants to go out again. I'll be right back. You wanna go out? Okay. Well, that was a brief Stella appearance, but we're back. But yeah, what I was saying was like, if we are going to mill them, they're literally the same herb to us. So we kind of just like count how many there are. Especially once we get the averages. It seemed like... Well, I guess we didn't really calculate how many alabaster pigments per one herb. But assuming it's an even chance to get 2, 3, or 4, the average should be 3 alabaster pigments per herb, right? I don't know if it's evenly weighted though. It could be biased to the middle or the upper or the lower. So we'll find that out once we mill it all. But if it is 3 is the average for alabaster pigments, I would assume 10, basically 5 herbs gets you 3 alabaster pigments. So yeah, about 0.6 pigments per herb, is that right? And then it is 2 pigments per ink. Anyways, so I think it's like every 3 herbs or so is 1 ink. We'll just look at the numbers at the end, I suppose. But yeah, that seems to be, I think, what it might be. If playing Horde, can Den Moreau unlock Stormwind? Interesting. I probably personally wouldn't, but you could, like if you wanted to. Just the same rationale why I didn't have the Booty Bay Horde Zeppelins unlock other zones. You'd have to stow away, right? Because you'd have to sneak into the tram, sneak through Ironforge and Stormwind, so... Technically, if you're doing your own kind of Goldbound challenge or some kind of zone lock challenge, you can choose those kind of intricate rules yourself, but my kind of vibe has been against the stowaway style. Oh, we're making good progress here, by the way. Whoa. Right now we're sitting at 2,000 gold per hour. Let's keep it up. Can we keep it up? Who knows? There is a small treasure chest down in the cave, but I'm not going to go down and get it right now since we're herbing. Gotta maximize our efficiency here. Man, the herb density. There's never not an herb on the mini-map. Right? Like, it's just a good feeling. Even if the gold per hour isn't that great, it just feels better consistently stopping to gather. Ah, it's good coffee too. Average pigment mill generally produces 3.3 as an average, to your knowledge. Okay. That's interesting. So it is actually kind of biased towards the upper end. I hope so. We'll see. An hour should get us somewhere in the ballpark probably of 400 to 500 herbs to mill. So we should be able to get some decent stats on that. To get like the absolute accurate statistically with like a, you know, statistically significant value. I don't know what the N or sample size would need to be, but I feel like 500 is a pretty persuasive amount. Luckily, we don't necessarily have to prove statistical significance. We just kind of test farms and report our results. Should we start including statistical significance calculations in our gold farms? If we only farm for an hour on certain things? Maybe we should. Might lose some interest though. It would be interesting to me, but I don't know if it would be interesting to most people. We did break out some statistics when we were looking at opening the golden pearls from the clams. The conclusion there was do not open the clams, sell the clams as is. That could change though based on golden pearl prices and clam prices, as can everything. I mean, these old world materials are so variable, especially with midnight coming out. I mean, before midnight was out, I don't even want to know how much gold per hour you would make here in Dunmore doing herbalism only. It was probably a crazy amount. The herbs were up to like 20 gold each. Watch it on that. 17k an hour. Soul, were you farming out here? That's crazy if so. I could see it though. The herbs back when housing just came out with the dyes and stuff, it was going crazy. And Dunmore was probably the best zone to farm these pigments, like alabasters and the colors of dyes. Soul, when you were doing the farm back in the day on Dunmore, like with housing coming out before midnight, were you selling the herbs as is, or were you classic milling, or were you milling them into dyes and housing inks? I would imagine dyes and housing inks with the initial launch of housing would be kind of big. As is, okay. Jeez, yeah, that's good. The raw herb. I kind of found, I mean, we were in Westfall when that was happening, and I kind of found it was oftentimes better just to sell it as is. It was kind of break even or loss on some of the crafts. So that's interesting. That's interesting. That's true. If you're getting 17k an hour raw gathering, the milling time, even if it's profitable, you're probably better off just farming more herbs and selling the raw herbs. If it's going to take you half an hour to mill and you get a 2k profit, you may as well just farm another 30 minutes and get 8k profit, right? It's always a balance. And time is money, friend. True. However, milling is very AFK. Quap, any interesting new talents? Sorry for repeating the question. No, all good. Sorry, I missed it. Not really, actually. Not much for us. Most of the changes in the talents that we can actually do on Goldie kind of came with the pre-patch. Like, we got some different speed talents, which are quite good. But we kind of unlocked those in Searing Gorge when the pre-patch came out. Perhaps as we level up, we might get more and more talents, like from level 80 to 90, that might be able to be helpful, whether they're like movement speed talents or something like that. So something to look out for, because as we're getting herbs here, we are basically leveling. we're getting 100 XP per herb, so over time we'll level up, and maybe from 80 to 90 there might be some interesting new talents we should watch out for. I haven't looked through the tree ahead of it, so we'll see. What are we at here? So it looks like it's regulating out again back to that 1500-ish gold per hour. Which is okay. We'll do an hour of the farming and process it and see where we're at. That's what you thought, Goldie making a boost even? We'll see. Yeah, it's definitely possible that 80 to 90 talents have something good for Goldie. And we'll get them as we go, right? Like, there might be some stuff in there. I haven't actually looked at the rogue stuff. As we level up though, I mean, we're over halfway through this level. We'll see what we can get when we get there. Exciting though. It'll probably be, I think if we do a lot of farming, like if this ends up being a good like gold farm, if we can juice like 3,000 to 5,000 gold per hour out of this, we'll probably log quite a few hours doing it over the next week or two. And we'll get a lot of XP. All initial signs though are pointing to herbalism is better than copper farming in Dunmorrow. I mean, remember, the copper farming, we were getting 1,200 gold per hour raw. So, as is, non-processed herbalism seems to be better than mining. And mining right now, there's no, at least not that I can find with what we have, there's no real profitable way to turn copper ore into more gold. You could do copper bars, but it's not much of a profit. And right now, handfuls of copper bolts are a loss. Like, you don't make those. So you kind of just smelt them into bars and sell the bars. Like right now, copper bars are like 3 gold each. Whereas herbs, so far, is a higher base rate. Plus, I mean, I think we could turn quite a profit with milling. Boss man, you're a guild master. When you say this, you need to understand that you're a gold goblin with max profession. ADHD milling takes too long. Fair. But hey, you know, what if you're going to go cook some dinner or something, right? It could be good little AFK thing to do while you're not at the computer. That's the thing. Even if it's AFK, it might be good. Let me close this out here. Do I ever wish I was a druid and not a rogue? I don't wish I had not made a rogue. I like being a rogue. But for an herbalism only farm, you can't deny this would be like 30% more efficient on druid. There's just no denying that. Honestly, what hurts more is the fact that I do have a sky golem on my account, but I'm just not using it. Alright, because Goldie is on my main account, and I have a sky golem. Like, I could pull it up right now and mount it, but on Goldie, I maintain my rules where if I don't obtain it on Goldie, I don't use it. So once we go to Miss Pandaria and make a Sky Golem, we'll basically be a druid. And that is going to feel unreal, so. A little bit of delayed gratification. I wonder how long it'll be for us to finish Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. We'll see. Ooh, man, I'm not gonna lie, the coffee today is banging. Really good. But this aligns more with a wide audience, which does not play Druid. That's true. A lot of people actually quite like seeing the farms from like a non-Druid perspective. And to be fair, like, from a viewer standpoint, it's actually bonus, right? If you're not a druid and you watch the farm, it's like, okay, sweet, these are actual rates I can get. If you are a druid and you watch it, you're like, oh, sweet, I can probably get better rates than that because I'm a druid. It's literally a win-win from a viewing perspective, right? So that's kind of the thing too. Not that necessarily everyone's going to go out and farm Dunmerrow herbs, but like for other farms, you know, we've had some pretty competitive farms in the series here and there. Your coffee was extra good today too. You cleaned your Breville with that tab, makes such a difference. Yes, it does. I also I have a Breville as well, like the it was a wedding gift. I forget which model, but it's like a pretty good line of the espresso, and once you gotta make sure like you descale it, and it keeps the quality nice and good. It keeps it running well. Gotta make sure you maintain them. Not too many herbs up here right now. Your guess is 18 months for getting out of Eastern Kingdom's Kalimdor. August 2027 is your bet. Fair bets. Fair bets. You know, well, I'm gonna do the big route for this whole thing, but I wonder if it isn't better to stick to this area for herbs. Because there doesn't seem to be too many herbs in this region. It does there. So there might be, even once we do this whole gathering and milling down the road as we do it, there may be micro improvements to make on the route as well. Oh, disappeared. That generally means someone else is farming here. Unless I become a famous strongman in the interim, then maybe longer. I guess, yeah, how much time do I spend doing strongman? And also, how much time do I spend doing midnight content? Right? That's a factor too. Oh no, they're all disappearing. I'm gonna have to skip around here. We're losing rates here. If I lose this one too, I'm gonna skip my run. No, we're good for now. Oh, yeah, someone's out here. Someone's out here farming. How many zones are there left in Eastern Kingdoms? I'd have to count. I don't know if I can count right now too accurately while I'm doing the farm. But I think about in Eastern Kingdoms, I think there's like, I don't know. Is there 22 left in Eastern Kingdoms? That seems a lot, but maybe. I could see it, including Eversong and Twilight. Yeah, jeez. Oh, 12 left, 22 total. Okay. So there's 12 left in Eastern Kingdoms. It's also good to look, if you're looking at how fast it's going to be, right, to see which zones are higher level zones. And then how many zones in Kalimdor are there? Because if we add 12 to that, that should be how many are left in Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. So there's 11 left in Eastern Kingdoms, and Kalimdor has 22 zones. So we're like a quarter of the way through. And we've been going for like 9 months. So if you extrapolate that out, we should go for another, is that what? Well, that's a long time. I think though the earlier ones are going to be disproportionately slower. Like even Dunmerrow, we're making good progress in Dunmerrow. We'll see though. We'll let it unfold. Let it unfold as it may. Maybe we'll get some big sales down the road too, you never know. Hey, if we get the foreman's pants and sell them, Eastern Kingdom's done. See ya. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we'll see how that goes. First, we got to get the foreman's pants. And then we got to sell them. That's true. Yeah, with the crafting character, we're actually going to get a lot of efficiency. And I think the crafting character will be a bigger boost in gold than even the lost time in switching professions. Because we're going to have a consistent stock of classic decor. Right? Now that we have a crafting alt, I can keep that stocked. Whereas before, I would make a bunch of decor on Goldie, sell it, and then I just wouldn't get the profession again for like several weeks because the time investment, I would just rather go out and farm the current content, not current content, but like the current zone's new farms. Whereas now, even while doing the current zone's new farms, I can keep the decor and that crafted transmog on the auction house, which should just help value. And the token, yeah, token will fluctuate in price for sure. Like right now, the token is low comparatively. So that'll be an impact as well on different factors. Yo, Dutch Raider YT, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Hope you're having a great day. How different would the challenge be if I could buy on the auction house? Very different. So right now, like one of the big constraints for a lot of different things is the fact that I have to farm the materials myself to craft. For example, like right now, if I could buy on the auction house, I may just like consistently buy herbs and mill them and be a milling machine. And just like scoop up all that potential profit. Or flipping, right? I could do flipping. Oh my gosh, yeah, it would be crazy different. If I could buy on the auction house, it would be a very different challenge. It would be more akin to the farms in Double Down, right? The first version I did Double Down where I was flipping. That would be a bigger emphasis, I think. In retail, gathering nodes aren't contested. That's wild. They are. It's just once someone gets it, there's like a 30-second window where another person can get it. But sometimes if you're just behind them, you'll like start gathering it and it'll just disappear. But yeah, or it's like 30 seconds. Or if there's like 10 people that gather it, I think once 10 people gather it, it goes away as well. Mop doesn't have that. Yeah, the classic ones. People snag it. And then also in class, I don't know if Mop is the same. I think it is. But like you have to, at least for mining, you mine the node several times, right? You get like 1 copper each time. In retail, you mine it once and you get like 2 to 4 copper. So it's a little different. Every time I go between retail and classic WoW, if I've been playing retail a lot, I'll go on classic WoW and mine the node, get 1, then run away. And I'm like, oh, I didn't get the whole node. I got to go back and mine it 3 more times. And then when I've been playing classic a lot and I come back to retail, I'll like mine a node and stick around trying to mine it again. Vegan Dragon, we have 16 Eastern Kingdom zones left, if only excluding midnight content. Okay, not counting Bashir. There's a lot of zones left then. Oh, so apparently Mop is the same as retail with that, with the mining node. So they must have changed it in Mop or in Wrath. Let's take a look at the time here. 24 minutes in, still kind of chugging along around the 1,500 gold per hour mark. Kata. Maybe they changed it in Kata. There were a lot of changes in Kata. Can't wait to finish this region. Feels so hopeless. It's definitely a long-term investment in time. But I think, I mean, if we saw from last episode, we're definitely getting more movement on the transmog side of things, especially with Midnight being out. So, might have to lean into that a little bit heavier than the trade goods. We'll see. Midnight totally destroyed the MOP economy. Oh, really? A mass exodus from MOP to retail? Oh, jeez. Yeah, I mean, MOP was an interesting one already. What are they going to do with the servers? Have they announced if they're staying on MOP or if they're moving it forward? Because won't have... Oh, that one disappeared. See, yeah, that herb just disappeared right in front of us. I might have to skip around here because there is some other person farming. So I'll just go this way. Try to get some fresh nodes. They said nothing past the timeline of siege. Interesting. So I wonder what they'll do with the servers. Will they just leave them live? Like have a couple servers for MOP if you want to go play it? I mean, surely they won't just shut it off eventually. I mean, maybe they would. But that'd be kind of crazy. You're probably right, Squirrel. It's probably a BlizzCon announcement. That would make sense. It'll definitely be an interesting BlizzCon to see what's happening across a lot of different WoWs, right? We'll see. Soul, are we getting a Gnomer run? Oh, we will be doing Gnomer today, 100%. I want to do this herb and inscription test first, but we will do Gnomer, yes. Yeah, I could see them, like, with MOP, merging all the servers down. Just, it's, like, less of an infrastructure to maintain. And just leaving it as kind of like a time capsule MOP server where you can go and play, but they only maybe have, like, 1 or 2 servers live that everyone plays on. Because those are the original classic servers, right? That evolved into MOP. So there's a lot of time invested on a lot of characters there. So it might just be, like, a MOP time capsule. I think that's probably the most reasonable way to do so. Otherwise, A, you're deleting people's characters. Because, yeah, it's the characters that we all made in 2019. Yeah. I'm also interested, maybe it'll be a BlizzCon announcement to see what they'll do with, like, maybe the current Burning Crusade servers will move to Wrath, and then those might stay as, like, Wrath time servers. Because Wrath is one of those expansions where I think people would be happy if it was just, like, there was always a Wrath server. You know what I mean? Or, like, you just go play the Wrath servers. Like, that would be kind of cool for people. We'll see, though. We'll see, though. I, for one, will be, tuning into the BlizzCon announcements. I speculate on all this, but Goldie is pretty unaffected by these server changes. We just farm current retail servers with the classic zones, so you know, is what it is. You'd go back to WoW if there were dedicated Wrath servers that don't roll forward. Hey, I'm sure you're not the only one. I'm sure you're not the only one. So, in my opinion, that's probably what they'll do with the current Burning Crusade servers. I bet you those will roll eventually into Wrath, and then that'll stay. That's my thoughts. It doesn't make sense to move it forward and then end up, especially if they're going to leave like the current MOP servers as MOP. Why would they just like continue to expand it through? Assuming they end up doing Classic Plus as well, where like that's where like the new Classic progression is. Because while people will play it, there's only so many times you can just re-release all the expansions in order again and again. Like, eventually it's kind of like, all right, you know what I mean? And that's maybe where Classic Plus will come in. Yo, Hockey 11, just tuned in, back to herbing again, ink farming. You got it. We're right now just testing an hour of herbalism only to see the gold per hour. And then we'll convert all of these herbs into inks and pigments and see what the comparison, the gold per hour, if it's worth it to process it and all that jazz. Call of Duty begs to differ. Call of Duty does, but like they do change little things, right? They've re-released a lot of games, but it's kind of almost like COD Plus like every time, you know what I mean? I haven't played any of the recent ones though, so I guess maybe I don't know what's going on with Call of Duty. All I know is it will be a very interesting BlizzCon. That's what I think. I don't think I've looked forward to a, to be honest, yeah, I don't think I've looked forward to a BlizzCon announcement this much, like this far ahead. I think it's because like there's a lot of talk about what will probably come out, and we just kind of want to confirm and get Blizzard's take on what they are going to try to do. Live Goblin, so WoW needs a zombie game mode in the classic version is what you're getting. Hey, they just got to add in a Goldbound game mode, and then the game is solved. It's permanently playable. GG. You know? Bill me later. You know? There we go. Solved. Did I get tickets for BlizzCon, you know, for tax runoff purposes? I haven't gotten tickets yet, but I think I actually might go. I might go. I gotta look into flights and what time it is. Because when is BlizzCon? Isn't it like September or August? Because I remember it was close to the World Strongman that I'm competing in. August? Yeah, because I'm competing in August for Natural World Strongest Man. So depending on how close it is, I might not have that many like back-to-back travel situations. We'll see though. If it might be September, you're saying? Okay. September 12th to 13th. Okay, that's possible then. Yeah, I'm gonna plan the strongman trip, and then once that's done, I'll kind of figure out what if I will go to BlizzCon physically or not. If I don't go physically, I'll be tuning in virtually for sure, though. You do got to appreciate just how dense the herbs are here in Dunmorrow. Streamer meetup in Scotland? Let's go. Maybe. Maybe Chug Life and I will post up and say, hey, come hang out. We'll see how busy it is there. Am I drinking iced coffee? I am. Got myself an iced Americano. Ooh. Subarctic is actually prime for herb production. Interesting. Hello, Path. How am I? I'm doing great. How you doing? Just gathering some herbs. As you do. Interesting, though, because, like, early on, we were getting way more Earthroot than other ones, but it seems like Silverleaf is kind of the leader here. You're good. You're on RuneScape on your phone leveling combat skills. Let's go. Get that XP. I should be AFKing something right now on the side monitor. I'm not. I don't think I have the not attention span. Maybe that's the right word to play, stream, and AFK RuneScape at the same time. I might get too distracted. I would have to do something with like a large AFK interval. Still get a bit confused when you speak to someone born in the 2000s and they're adults. Yeah. Like, someone right, cause wait, it's 2026. So someone born in what, 2008 is 18 right now. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. That's mad. That's the way it goes, though. Billy Quizboy, how's it going? Had to leave for a while, but you're glad to be back. Glad to have you back, Billy. It's going well. Just exploring Dunmoreau. And enjoying it. Immediate gray hair sprouting. I got the gray in the beard. I don't know if you can see it, but I got the gray going in the beard for sure. And the side. I got quite a few gray hairs the last couple years. I think since I started doing YouTube and streaming full time, I haven't noticed any new gray hairs. Coincidence? I think not. I think not. So, you know, that's good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. To be fair, though, I am quite looking forward to once I have like more of a cut, like a gray beard. I will definitely grow that bad boy out. I have a very light, like I kind of got like a dirty blonde, like a blonde-ish, blondish brown hair color. But my beard is so blonde, like my mustache, it's just straight blonde. One time for Halloween, Path Wife and I went as Leslie Knope and Ron Swanson. And I just for mend my mustache. It looked so crazy different. Like, I was like very different person. Work-life balance, yeah. And stress. Yeah, we're still kind of hovering around that 1,500 gold per hour mark. One, two, three. Ryu, would I rather have an in-game NPC reference or an in-game item? Maybe like a great item that drops from the Frayed Knot mobs that reference Goldie added by Blizzard. Oh, interesting. I never thought about that. So like either like a in-game NPC or like an item like added to the pickpocket tables of like Defias mobs. I feel like probably like an in-game like NPC in Elwyn, just like in some weird corner, like mining a copper ore indefinitely. Like Sisyphus pushing the boulder up a hill, but it's just him always mining a copper ore. That would be it. That'd be like peak. Yeah. A Goldie quest line. That would be funny. Farm 2,000 copper ore. Imagine a Goldie quest that is just farm 2,000 copper ore. It can't be bought. You have to mine it yourself. I'm there for it. If you click on him, he just says, "Greetings, traveler." That's good. Maybe one day. This is our third tag on Gibblewit this farm. The starting zones, like Elwyn and Dunmurrow, the rare spawn timers are so much quicker. So you can actually like really farm them. You remember when the SNES was new? Yeah. My first real gaming console was the PS1. And then, yeah, didn't have too much there. Really more so got into gaming with the PS2. The OG Nintendo. Yeah. Now there's some good games from back in the day on those bad boys. When I was into the PS2 though, I would just shred. I played like a triple threat. I played Rock Band, I played ATV Off-Road Fury, and I played Star Wars Battlefront. I loved those games. I also played on the PS1 NASCAR Thunder. Oh my gosh, that was good. Eleven Gray Fox, how's it going? Battlefront hype. Yeah, Battlefront was fun. It was a good game just to log in and just shred for a while. Battlefront 2 was my favorite. And ATV Off-Road Fury 3 was my favorite ATV Off-Road. Correct answer? Yeah. Battlefront 2 is legit. Old school or RS3? I'm an old school player. Old school RuneScape for me. I play RuneScape for the nostalgia and the vibe. I played it back in the day, and so I like to dabble for the nostalgia. I'm not maxed or near maxed or anything, but I do enjoy a little casual OSRS here and there. I don't know what my total level is right now though. I forget. So yeah, so far 43 minutes, 1,000 gold worth of raw materials. Did I catch the new Settled video? He's doing Sailing on Unlocked. Yes. Yeah, I still follow a lot of Settled stuff. The Sailing Locked series and whatnot. Alrighty. Silver, I appreciate it. I don't know about that one though, you know. Settled's kind of a... I feel like Settled's vibe kind of escapes even the OSRS field. He's a OG for sure. He's fun to watch. Bjarn again. Let's kill 10 on Bjarn. I think we'll probably get, well, I mean, the earth root, the profit from milling, I think is going to be quite substantial compared to the other ones. But we'll see. I'm quite curious to see what the hour is worth here. Jim Ziz, 1998. Yo, yo. Just saw the video, loved it. Yeah, thank you. Billy Quiz, you watched the this past weekend's Goldie while biking, listening to it. Let's go. We're making the first dents, the first swings into Dunmurrow for sure. Making our way through. Slow and steady. Oh, we're still in combat. Maybe it might just start going this way. Follow the nodes. I mean, if there's a node on the mini map, may as well go for it. Bjarn was your first pet on your oldest hunter. Let me think. What was my first pet on my oldest hunter? I don't even know what my first pet was. I didn't play too much hunter. I did level hunter. My favorite pet was like my first classic hunter. I camped Broken Tooth and I got him. That was like my favorite, probably my favorite hunter pet. Getting Broken Tooth. Gnomer's gonna be good to us today. I hope so. Have we gotten any of the drops from Gnomer? I gotten two. So I've gotten none of the big ones. Well, actually, one of the big ones. The steam-powered battle axe. Got that. And then one other blue that wasn't as much. But we'll definitely keep running it. I mean, try to get some of the ultra rare items. Like, if we get one of those big ones, we're gonna have a really good day. And we'll be, we will be running Gnomer again today, so we'll see what happens. What's my view on modern consoles not having physical copies? I don't know. I haven't had a modern console in a long time, to be honest. I guess it depends, like, how easy is it to get increased storage on a console, and how much storage do they come with stock. If you're gonna have to, like, uninstall games to reinstall them, that's quite annoying. It's kind of fun also having, like, the actual games for, like, a console. It's like putting it in. A console itself is also, like, by definition, like a console, right? Doesn't console mean, like, putting a disc or, like, some kind of medium into it? I don't know. Maybe not. Oops. Get that guy out of here. I didn't think about this, but I wonder, is there any downtime tomorrow? Like, tomorrow is like when Mythic Raids come out, right? Mythic Raids and Mythic Keystones. I wonder if there'll be any major downtime on the servers tomorrow. I hope not. But I suppose we'll wait and see. Extended downtime tomorrow. 3 hours minimum. Okay. So that probably means 5 hours, right? 5 to 7 hours, give or take. Well, I'll plan to edit in the morning. To be fair, that's been the schedule lately. Morning edit, afternoon stream. It works quite well. I like that schedule. It's good rhythm. Classic servers might be up though, right? I need to decide if I want to level for kind of like, I want to have like a fun Burning Crusade character to level. Probably like a stream here and there, just like for what hanging out, kind of like a leveling stream. Not like every day. But I gotta decide if I want to do double down from like streaming from like 60 to 70 or just continue Valerix where he died as like a stream character softcore. I don't know which one I want to do. But I do get the classic leveling itch, so sometimes you gotta scratch that every now and then. I think maybe Valerix as a softcore character would be good. Like as a stream character, maybe like chillin'. I haven't played Valerix since he died. But I would also like to get double down to 70, so I don't know. Skinning in Midnight is crazy. You just looted 4x Majestic Hide for 15k each. That's insane. 60k from one skin. Do I have a TBC guild? We actually made one during the LAN. Right now it's just like the 3 friends I was having a LAN with leveling that are in it. So if I start playing, I'll have to start inviting to it. That's the thing, yeah. Like Valerix, at least we could like have it be stream and keep the story alive. I would just level him as a softcore Inquisitor, yeah. If I did level Valerix, scratch the itch to level through some of those zones again. We'll see though. I do want to get a Hell Reaver on him is the thing. It'd be so sick. That's like what I had in mind when I made Valerix as an Inquisitor. I'm like, I kind of just want to get a Hell Reaver in TBC. Yeah, some of the midnight farms are wild right now. How much gold you can make. What, midnight farms? Skinning. I mean, I'm hearing crazy things about skinning. Also, dual gathering, I was getting some pretty crazy rates. Like 20 to 35k an hour in dual gathering in retail. It is good. It does beat out Dunmaro Herbalism. I would say. The gold per hour is a little bit higher in in midnight than we're getting here. That's my argument to not compete with the the Dunmaro farms. Last 3 days, you've made 44,000 gold from skinning and mining. That's good gold. Jim, you really want to do what I do? The best way I would say is focus on the YouTube side of things. Working on some like the narrative and the storytelling, and just have fun with it. Play the game how you want to play the game. Finesse maxing mining is 60k in Eversong. Jeez. I gotta get back out there onto Patholerics and farm. Alright, 5 more minutes of herbs, and then we'll mill and see what the gold comparison is. We're kind of, yeah, we're still settling around like the 1600 gold per mark. Like, we're actually like going up to 1600, over 1500. So let's see what we can finish off with. If we get a couple good nodes, we should be able to do okay. Oh yeah, we're at 1600 gold rate right now. If we keep it up, compare that to how much we can process it into, we'll be laughing. T-minus 3.5 minutes. Come on, a couple more nodes, please. Let's go. Dunmurrow, you can do it. Ooh, quite a few here. Nice. It really does look like a fun journey with one character. Yeah, the Goldbound, and there's also different ways you can do Goldbound challenge, right? You can set it how you want to do it. It's definitely a fun way. I find it a lot of fun to play the game this way with Goldie. Mining in Zulaman. I think they did a good job with the midnight zones. I've been having fun flying around them, mining. Currently, favorite zone, Herondar. Sometimes in the evening, I just go chill, dual gathering in Herondar. It's relaxing. I love it. With some good tunes. Ooh. Vibing. Maybe a tea, like a hot chocolate or like a chamomile tea before bed, a little bit of farming. Can't beat that. All right. Bloodhunter fish. I haven't played around too much with midnight fishing, but it sounds like bloodhunters might be a bit invasive to the fishing process, potentially. All right, 1 minute left here for the herbalism hour. It looks like we will hit 1600. Potentially off this one. We do. Oh, we're gonna beat out 1600 actually. Haven't I got a token already to leave Dunmurrow? Not yet. No, Dunmurrow was the last zone we unlocked, and right now I haven't transferred the transmog value over yet. But we're about 60,000 gold into Dunmurrow Current token price, last I checked, was 235,000 gold. So we have a bit of work to do. Do I know about the human head inside Silverleafs? Someone was talking about it before. I zoomed in. I couldn't find it. I think maybe my particle density or ground clutter is too high to see it. But I didn't see it. I looked. I couldn't find it. Alright, this is the last node. Boom. That is 1 hour of herbalism. What are we left with? 134 of this. Let's just put it all up here for a second. $134 Earthroot, which the min buyout on Earthroot has gone up. Back to 3 gold. Did it record that in mine? It did, so that's why the value started increasing near the end. Interesting. So, the live value updated to that. So it's 428 gold from Earthroot. Price on Peace Bloom went down to 488 gold on that as well. Easy to calculate that. And then 696 gold from Silverleaf, and that's 3 gold each for a total value of 1642 gold per hour, which is just like a little bit below the Dual Gathering, which was about 1800 gold per hour, but still above mining only, which was like 900 to 1200 gold per hour, especially with the recent copper ore drops in prices. Let me get out of Tinkertown to smelt, or not to smelt, to mill all this down. Because the next step is to take this 1642 gold that we have from Herbalism and process it all down and see how long that takes to process, how much profit it is, and how much gold per hour mining, how much gold per hour Herbalism is if we actually process all the herbs. So let's go do that. Let's go down here for it. So, we don't have perfect round numbers for it, but we can still get into it here. Classic milling, we should be able to make 149 crafts. So if we look here, we know what we have in our bags versus what's in our bank, and we can just mill what we have in our bags. So 134 Earthroot should be good for 26 mills, and we'll be left over with, what is it, 4 Earthroot. So let's just start going on that. I don't know if my loot appraiser will pick up on this. No, it's not going to. It's all good, though. I'm going to get the... It's all processing into one thing, so we're not worried about that. So it's 34 crafts. Remember, that's a number we got to remember. 34 crafts. Because I'm going to then divide how many crafts we do by how much alabaster we get. I'm just going to type it out as well. Okay, so that's all the Earthroot. So remember, Earthroot, we had a 488 gold worth. Turned it into 774, so that's good. Next up, we have 196 Peace Bloom, which is 39 crafts, so 39 as well. 39 plus 34. I'll just keep a track of it on my phone here. Mill all these down into the pigments. Okay, so now we're up to 1700 gold, and we still have all of our Silverleaf to mill. 232 is 46 crafts. So, 46. So it's 39 plus 34 plus 46. It should be 149 based on what the thing was saying, but... No, it's 122. So remember 122, that's how many crafts we do. And then we'll divide that by the total alabaster pigments to get the average alabasters per mill. And we, of course, have a couple leftover herbs because they mill in stacks of 5s, and we can't mill the 4s and the 1s. So far, 2 minutes, 20 seconds of milling. Didn't realize this was a math stream. Okay, so just going to alabaster, okay. Just to alabaster, it gives us 3,141 gold plus 20. So it's 3,160 gold per hour if we just go straight to alabasters. However, we can craft these all into Moonglow inks as well. So let's do that. And that'll be a little more processing time. The Moonglow inks themselves are worth a bit more. But just for the actual alabaster pigments, it took us 3 minutes to do. So that doubled our gold per hour by milling for 3 minutes, so it's definitely worth it to mill to alabasters. Let's see what we can get out of here once we go all the way through to Moonglows and how much extra time that takes. Where's the Excel sheet? I should honestly get one out here for all this math. The Moonglows definitely take more time. Like, it's just a bit slower. So, in a pinch, it might be better just to go straight to alabasters, but we'll see. The Moonglows do have a higher region average daily sold. The alabaster pigments, it's like 430 average daily sold, whereas the Moonglows, it's like 2,000. So that could be a factor as well. Time is money. You're right. This is starting to sound like a Factorio or Satisfactory playthrough. I've never played either of those ones. They sound like fun games, though, if it's similar to this. Time is money, friend. That's true, you need the friend part on the end. The classic Goblin quote. Yeah, much longer as a 2-to-1 craft. The milling is, yeah, 5 to 3-ish. Yeah, like the milling to the alabaster pigments is like pretty non-AFK friendly. Like it takes 3 minutes, like you're gonna sit at your computer. This seems like might be a better thing to do if you're gonna do a lot of it when you're AFK. Having this as headphone noise during leg day at the gym. Hope everyone's having a good day. Yo, let's go. Hope you have a good leg day. Siri performs. Get after it. Yeah. This theoretically should be like a 10% increase on value. So it should go from like 3,100 to like 3,400, 3,500 in value. But we'll see. And then I do want to clean up my bags a little bit to go do some Gnomeragan runs. It's a good price on the Dark Iron bars right now. Should mean Shadowforge sconces also have a good value at the moment. You told me. You were right. Yeah. Is the Blood of the Mountain still valuable for Molten Core? It's still valuable, but it is down in price. Like, the price of Blood of the Mountains is down quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, last couple crafts. It is looking good for value. It says, TSM says convert value vendor trade is 60 gold. So is this a reagent for some kind of vendor flip? Let me just look up Moonglow ink. What? That's what the heck? Also, just for statistics purposes, we stopped crafting at 7 minutes. And the total value now from our hour of herb gathering is up to 3,669. And we have about 20 gold left over of like these extra herbs that we couldn't mill. So 3,700 gold in 1 hour and 8 minutes. That's actually really good. It more than doubled the value with 8 minutes of processing. Ink vendor. Currency for. So the ink vendor takes Moonglow inks. That's interesting. Let's get these listed here. Is the ink vendor the one that's in the housing district? I kind of want to clear up my bags a little bit before I head to Molten Core. Pink vendor takes inks. You trade them for other inks for other expansions. The Englander is in any major city. Okay. They have to be in the major city, though, so I wouldn't have access to that. But good to know. That's why it's profitable. That's why people are using it, I suppose. Weren't I saving shards for crafting alt? I have some backed up, but at this point now that the crafting alt is leatherworking enchanting, and I'm going to do runs right now with enchanting, I am selling off some of the shards, just for the gold. We're a little down bad in Den Moreau with the gold per hours, so I may dip into some of the shards. Yeah, but I do have a good stockpile in the bank, I think. Unless I sold them to get a Stranglethorn. But since we're about to get enchanting, I'm not too worried about it. Hey man, can't wait for the Gnomeragan clears. Coming right up. I just want to clear up my bags here. Get fresh bags. And we'll do some Gnomer. Go down to the Stormwind Bank. Alright, so this will be anything I want to sell as transmog into the Warband Bank. It will go, like the Wendigo Fur Cloak, sure. The rest, I'm going to drop into my regular bank, which is just going to be like my own reagents and my soulbound stuff that I don't want to wear currently. I do want to wear this, though. Put the Dark Moon hat away so I don't disenchant it. These are going to be disenchanted. I want to put all these materials in the bank, though. Ooh. Actually, dark iron bars can go into the crafting bank. That way my warband alt can access the dark iron bars. Perfect. The rest, I'll just drop in here like this. I don't know why I put the trash in. Okay. Back up north. Take off farming bar here. What was the egg? That was one of the pets from Blackwing Lair or Blackwing Descent. They don't sell for much, but they're annoying to destroy because you gotta like click destroy delete. Since I have a transmog mount now, can't you sell a lot of this to a vendor and just be on my transmog list? Yes. I do like wearing it though. Like I wear the Bloodfang set on Goldie because it's just kind of nice. But yeah, no, I can transmog on Goldie for sure if I wanted to now. It can be a bit tough though because I'm on my Goldie is on my main account, so I have some transmogs on the account that I didn't get on Goldie. So out of an abundance of caution for sets that I'm wearing on Goldie, I like to make sure I have the actual physical set in my bags too. But for inscription, we might do it again later, but you don't need much inscription. Like you need level 1 inscription skill to do what we just did with the pigments and stuff, so I can go back and forth to unlearn it. And get enchanting. Because we're going to do runs of Gnomeragan. And we're going to do transmog runs, so I will go assassination for Fan of Knives. But some of the easily farmable stuff, like the Buzzblade, could be vendored. Yeah, I actually could go through the bank and get rid of some of the stuff for sure. I think a lot of this might be illusion dust, eh? Large brilliant shard. Yeah, I don't know how valuable some of these farms would be, but we'll see. Any reason why I fly to Stormwind to go back when I technically have access to the Ironforge one now? Yeah, I guess I could just start using the Ironforge bank. I never really think about it. I always just go to Stormwind for the bank. But I could. Okay. So for Gnomer, I definitely want to make sure my item classes are on. Probably DB Market. Vendor sell. Reason I'm doing consumables to vendor sell is because in the chests you get this cornbread, and for some reason the market value on cornbread is 50k each, but it's really not, so it just kind of messes up the loot appraiser. So consumables will be vendor sell price. That way the cornbread doesn't give us a crazy false thing. And it's time for some Gnomer runs. We could, theoretically, right now, get some of the rarest items in the game, which is exciting, you know? Keep the tier sets. Yeah, I think it's a good point. Keep the tier sets and rare items Like, I'll keep, like, the Dragon's Calls, specific items, things I might want to equip like that, but most things I can probably not. Quickly, before we start the run, I'm just going to use the washroom. BRB. All right, we're back. Let's do some Gnomeragan runs. Transmog, Loot Appraiser is running. Best soundtrack in the game. We'll see. After a couple hours of farming, you know, in the coming days with more and more Gnomeragan runs, we'll, oh. For this run, I do want to have it be probably an uncommon limit. No, a common limit. Because, yeah, that's fake value with some of these grays. Some grays are good. Like, some grays you can sell. I don't know of any of them in not Dunmurrow, but in Gnomeragan. So I don't want the fake value to come up on the Loot Appraiser. What are the rare items I'm looking for in Gnomer? So there's about 8 that are kind of like good items. There's like 2 that are super items. So the super items are the overalls. I forget the full name. It's the They're all blue BOEs. The goblin overalls, and then the hot shot gloves. So those are the two like super items. But then there's a whole bunch of like blue BOEs, like 6 more that are quite good, and then quite a few like random, like 500 to 3,000 gold greens. That's the majority of it. Yeah, look at the cornbread here. Market value is 12k. That's why I turned off consumables. Because you ain't getting 12k for that. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Infiltrator shoulders. Let's go. I'll take it. The Keck flute. That's the Gnomeragan soundtrack. I mean, that's a pretty good way to put it. Had a clock out. Do I wait for the video to find out regarding herb efficiency? I can tell you, or you can wait for the video. It will be in the video, but it is worth it. Herbs are better than mining, and processing herbs is worth it from a gold per hour standpoint. So, future like farms where we're just like kind of locking in doing gathering in Dunrow is going to be herb only. It looks like. I should do a video detailing how I decide if transmog is fake value or not. Yeah, it's so nuanced, isn't it? It is nuanced. Come on, drops. Transmog farming and dungeon running is like a nice change of pace. What's that? Cross-stitched vest? Interesting. I should really use my shadow step more. Because you do get a speed boost out of it, and you get like a teleport from it, so. First run back a little bit shaky, kind of got to think about the route, but as we get going, we'll be pretty consistent, I think. That was delayed. Delayed shadow step. Oh my gosh. Would it ever be worth something to enchant one piece of gear with leech so I heal up after I drop? Maybe. I think in Gnomeragan it's not too big of an issue. I'm not like having a problem where if I take 20 drops I die. Potentially if that was a problem I might do it, or I would work in like a recuperate quick cast, because recuperate restores 50% of your maximum health over 10 seconds. Of course then I couldn't be moving while I did that. But it could be potentially worth it. Maybe down the road. I mean, right now, like, we still just one-shot everything, so it's not, like, too big of an issue, like, with health regen or dying. But it potentially could be. Should I let the alarm bot sound? Maybe? Gather more up, gather up more. Let me see what happens if I just kind of like don't kill it. Oh, I just killed it. From what I can remember, I don't think their aggro radius is too crazy, but it might be worth it. What's the disenchant value on these? Is it worth getting them? Spectral necklace, no sales. So this is something that might be fake value because there's literally like 75 silver sales, but Yeah, especially necklaces and rings are kind of culprits for fake value. There for sure are some that are good if they're like wedding bands, because RP. But most rings and necklaces, unless they're specifically used for like twinks or something, not that great. Can be good for the section before the menagerie with Dark Iron Dwarves. Okay, I'll take a look. I'll try it next time. But yeah, I did pick up Enchanting, so I will be, instead of vendoring, I'll be disenchanting kind of probably each run, just to keep up with, reducing the inventory bloat, I guess you would call it. Is it worth? I think it's worth it. I think you get more on average from disenchanting than you would vendoring, and then it just keeps the bags nice and clean. And then I'll just go out and do vendor trash and stuff like that. Just an idea, maybe you can let it follow and drop down. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. A lot of these ones, I tested it out before dropping down with these guys up here. And they kind of de-aggroed if I pulled them and just kept going. There seems to be like a bit of a leash, or like if they're over a certain amount of levels away, something like that, that they won't follow. So I don't know if the alarm bots would have something similar or not. Got that throwing knife though. I mean, the gold per hour just looks crazy. It says 80,000 gold per hour right now, but I mean, there's a lot of random stuff in there giving us value, I think. What the heck did we just get? Okay, the shield and the ring. Like this ring, I don't think it would sell, but like I'll try. But you know, I'm not holding my breath on that ring. Oh, battle forged boots. Those are good. Gotta get that ring transmog. I don't think you can even transmog a ring. It must be more like rare rings are used for like RP weddings. Oh, Battleforged gauntlets. Battleforged set is a good set from here for greens. No, I don't think you can actually transmog rings. They're more of like a purely vanity item, I suppose. Have I sold any of the transmog from here? I don't know. I'd have to... Can I kill these guys with and pull the... Let me try pulling the alarm bot, see what happens. Yeah, I don't really go into depth on the wedding protocol, but I know like Stendel's wedding band. That's kind of why that one's rare. Okay, so we pulled a sentry. Will he spawn in more? Rings are like trinkets. They're stat sticks and pretty much nothing else. Yeah, so like some might be good for... Yeah, I guess he does spawn in some of these guys. Although, ooh, they don't have loot. The sentries don't have loot. So, might not be worth doing the alert systems. But yeah, like back in the day when people would actually like make a low-level character that would be fully kitted out in gear that would make them super, super strong, then there'd be like rings and trinkets that had value. But less and less people in retail WoW are doing twink characters, what those are called. So, yeah, I don't... If you see high value on a ring or a necklace, default is probably fake value, but definitely look into it. If it says wedding band, then it might be worth something. There's only a couple rings in the game that actually say wedding band. That's why they're rare. And they go for more on role-playing servers. There's the chest. There's always going to be one chest in one of these little rooms. So we always want to grab the chest and then peace out. As a rogue, I mean, if you're not a rogue, you can still go for the 2 chests, but chances are one or both of them are going to be locked. That's where being a rogue does come in handy, because we guaranteed every single Gnomeragan run get 2 chests. There's always the one on the cog, and there's always one in this square room. So basically, we get a guaranteed 20 chests, not like, I guess 18 to 20 chests per hour, depending how efficiently we're running this, which definitely helps. Because those chests have a big loot table that are outside the dungeon as well. I have a very nice voice. Well, thank you. How's the farm today? It's good. Having fun. Chilling. I'm hoping for some rare Gnomeragan items. I mean, we're literally playing the Gnomeragan lottery right now. Maybe one day we'll get a super item. It's got to happen at some point in this challenge. If there's a place to get a super item, I would say it's in Classic Zones and in Eastern Kingdoms. I would want it to either be Gnomeragan or Alderman. I want to log a lot of runs on both of them. And so we're getting our reps in here on Gnomeragan. You still think I sound like the new Superman actor? Who's the new Superman actor? I don't know if I've seen the new Superman. Is it Cavill? Oh, I'll take it. Appreciate it. Hey, that's a compliment right there. Davin Cornsweet. Oh, I think that guy also has a nice voice. Well, thank you then. I'll take it. I feel like most cases comparing someone to Superman probably will never be an insult, so I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know if I sound much like Henry Cavill. New Superman was fantastic. Highly recommend. Okay, I haven't actually seen it. I should watch it. Before I showed my face, you were convinced it was me. It was him with a YouTube alias. That's funny. It's one of those weird things where, like gaming YouTubers who like don't show their faces, it becomes this like big thing. Like the face reveal is like becomes this big thing. That's one of the reasons why I was like, I didn't have my face in videos, but I don't really care about showing it on screen, or like if I do like a product ad or in the video or something. I just didn't want to get to a thing where it was like 4 years in face reveal and be like, I don't know. I didn't want to have that. I'd rather just like have it right off the bat. Be like, yeah, that's what I look like. Not a secret. You know? I don't know. Otherwise... yeah. I don't know. Just the vibe. We did get a stylish orange. We got a stylish yellow shirt, or a cross-stitched shirt. That's a tongue twister. Croak1226 with the super chat on YouTube, $5. Thank you. Thanks for your content. You always enjoy it. Ah, well, you're welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying the content, and let's hope that gives us some good luck for these drops here. How long am I grinding Gnomer today? The Gnomer music is already quite something. Oh, I thought those were the rare gloves for a second. I'll be going for a little while longer. I will tell you this though. Later on into Dumb Row, I will be running an add-on that changes the soundtracks. Much like when I was farming Darkmoon Faire. It's good for a day, but yeah, 3, 4, 5 days into this, I'm gonna go crazy and I will switch it. But today I'm gonna run with the basics. So I'm sorry if the Gnomer music does get a little bit repetitive. It definitely can. Dark Wolf, you don't think you would have liked it if I ended up having a Loot Goblin VTuber model? Yeah, I could have gone the VTuber route, couldn't I have? I mean, the easiest way would be to stay faceless, I suppose. Like, I don't on my Goldbounds, like in the actual videos, I don't put my face. It's just streams. Or like sponsors. Hopefully it changes the death sound of the spider tank. No, I've never changed that. That's great. No, I didn't really hear it before, but now I definitely hear it. Silver thread pants. Okay. All right, I see ya. Silver thread pants. I'll probably just get these to disenchant. That's probably fine. You hear certain voice actors like all the time. Used to work fast food and had someone come up through your line who sounded like Hiccup from HTTYD. Huh. It's interesting how people's voices can sound so similar. Oh, wrong way. I got the silver thread pants and hands. Is there any real value to holding whole sets? Not really. Like, I'm never going to sell a set together. I would have to advertise and trade chat for that. And it's just not going to happen. Like, maybe if you gave, like, a bundle discount. What can happen, what sometimes you see happen, is if you have the set and you have it listed on the auction house, you'll often sell the pieces together. Like, it's not uncommon if I have both of these listed to see them sell at the same time. If I happen to be, like, the lowest on the auction house when someone's going through to purchase the set, That's like the only bonus, is like that you'll likely sell them together. But you can't really sell a set as a set unless it's maybe like a super rare set and you're giving a bulk discount. I can't like Saltstone, maybe something like that, where it's like very well-known set. Say, hey, it's like 600k for piecing it out individually, but if you buy the whole set from me, 400k. But you'd have to advertise in trade chat for that. Also, Thurlow88, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I think I was too focused on my run and I missed it over on Twitch 8 to 11 minutes ago. So I'm sorry I missed it, but I appreciate the Prime there. Stay hydrated, by the way. Get some water going. Good stuff. Back at it. I would love to see a blue BOE drop. We've seen 2 happen already in Gnomer. So, you know, we just gotta keep the kills going, and eventually we'll get something. Do I think I'll get 100,000 subs before my 1-year Goldie anniversary? What is my 1-year Goldie anniversary? The first video. When was the first video? It was wasn't it March? No. I don't even know. May? I think my first video was like May 21st or something. End of May. So I don't know. It might be close, actually. That'd be really cool. May 19th. And it's March, April, May. No, I don't think I will, actually, before the 1-year anniversary. Oh, wow. That might be a blacksmithing recipe to send to my alt. Based off some of the ingredients, though, maybe it's not. It looks like we need elixir of giant strength or something for it. Iron bars we can do. Elixir of ogre's strength. I don't know about that. Can I make an elixir of ogre's strength? I'd have to look into that. Start throwing a percentage of viewers aren't subscribed into my videos. Yeah, that's true. I don't ever really do direct CTA call to actions for subscribes on YouTube. YouTube's interesting. Like it's cool to see the subscribers go up, but like for like the algorithm now, like subscribers doesn't really impact. Like if you're subscribed or not, like it may or may not show you the videos, you know? Bright, welcome back. Vanity metric for sure. I mean, the cool thing is at 100,000 YouTube subscribers, you get a plaque. That's like the coolest part. So that's the dream. Whenever you see those stats, it's always the same the same numbers. You swear they're using the same screenshot. Let me see. Let me look right. I've never looked what percentage of my. Let's go to the Well, also, like you could pull different videos and it would have very different stats. For example, like in a video for me, like Double Down, which gets more of like new viewer activity versus subscriber activity, it will have a higher ratio. However, like Goldbound, like for example, my last Goldbound episode, percentage of viewers that are subscribed, 58% of viewers in the first 3 days of the Goldbound episode are subscribed. Very high. However, if you compare that to content, something like my fishing video, like from 0 gold to a WoW token fishing only, that video, only 28% of viewers are subscribed because that video got pushed to more of a cold audience of people who haven't seen me before. That video also brought in a lot of new viewers. That's why, like, you'll see me do kind of one-off videos in addition to the series. Because series are, like, really good for, you know, like, I'm invested in the series, you guys are invested in the series. Very good for, like, returning viewers. Not so good for, like, YouTube doesn't really push episode 24 to, like, that many new viewers. Whereas a one-off video, one-off challenge, YouTube knows and pushes it to new viewers. So that's why those also help the channel. And it's also good to keep variety. So what I can do, if I wanted to get a crazy screenshot though, I could go to like episode 1 of Goldbound, and I'm sure like percentage of viewers not subscribed on that video is probably like 99%. Right? That's the thing. So I always think that when I see people link the percentage of viewers not subscribed, I'm like, well, which video are you using? Like yeah. No, I think it will be cool to one day hit 100,000 subscribers. Right now we're on, what are we on? 86,261. Crazy. Absolutely mental. To think, yeah, like 9 months ago, my channel had 400 subscribers. What? You guys are all absolute legends. Alternatively, just make up a wild number. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Crow Kirk just followed, hit the Prime button. Yo, Crow Kirk, appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime as well. And the follow. Let's go. Gotta look for the chests. We didn't really get any one crazy item. It's just like the value. There's like a lot of value here. And out we go. One guy you watch, Dan Hurd. Is Dan, is he a, am I out to lunch? He's a prospecting YouTuber, right? He says, I hope I earned your subscription today. Yeah, I feel like that's a good way to put it. Like, I've never really pushed subscriptions because, like, I don't know. It kind of always feels weird to put it in. Especially since it is just, like, kind of doesn't really impact the algorithm. Yeah, he is a prospecting YouTuber from BC. Yeah, I think I've seen some of his stuff. Quap, you believe you subbed here when I first started to stream? Back in Red Ridge. That was the first stream. Came from YouTube, weren't many chatters on Twitch. It's nice to see the community grow and also see me grow as a persona. Well deserved, my man. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's been a journey. I mean, I look back at some of my older stuff, like even the beginning of Goldbound, and like I feel like, I mean, I've been trying to improve little by little, but I think some stuff has gotten better for sure, especially with the edits and the and stuff like that. I'm also just on like the production side more efficient at certain things now, which is nice. A little more adept with the editing software, so simple tasks don't take so long. It's crazy, like editing software, once you learn certain things, it's just like, oh, that used to take me an hour to do and it takes 2 seconds now? Sweet. Space Liquor caught me online. Finally, thank you for the series. You great content. Thanks for tuning in live, and you're welcome. Glad you're enjoying the content. Yeah, episode 1 of Goldbound is crazy without the music. You are right. Also, I did episode 1 of Goldbound. Literally, I voice over literally the day after my wisdom teeth surgery, and my mouth was like, still like, had cotton swabs in it, so I didn't talk all slow. It is good. Next one-off a video plan. Hold that thought. Yo. Rare BOE blue recipe from the chest. 80,000 gold. It's also a craft. So I'm gonna have to save this here. Don't disenchant it. Don't disenchant it. We have to save this to decide, do we learn it on our leatherworking alt now? Because then we would have access to this recipe forever. Or do we sell it? I'll look into it after. We'll have to pull it up on the auction house. The materials, cured heavy hide. We can do heavy leather, fine thread, iron buckle. I think we can do all of that. That's a good drop, though. From a chest, no less. Really, really, really cool. Gnomer's paying off. You're right, Soul. You are on point today, let me tell you. That's not even a Gnomer drop. That's just like a chest drop. That's crazy. Is it 80k for the... Jeez. We're getting a lot of item value today, guys. Is it 80k for the item or the recipe? The recipe is worth 80k. I don't know what the item is worth. We'll have to look into the item sale rates, and if it's worth it to craft or not. Yeah, so the recipe itself is valued at 80k. Give it like 50 to 80k for that recipe. But if the belt itself has a good sale rate and sells for anywhere close to that, the lifetime value of crafting it could be way higher. Especially because it's leatherworking, and we just so happen to have a certain leatherworking alt now. So we will never unlearn leatherworking, and we would never lose the recipe. Back before that alt, it would be a no-brainer to sell the recipe because, like, I would just either have to craft 100 of the belts just to stockpile them on Goldie before I unlearned leatherworking and lost the recipe. So that's where the alt comes in super, super handy. Looks like the belts can sell for about 20k. I think so. That would be good if as long as they don't have like a terrible sale rate. Also, one thing I was kind of wondering. Actually, I'm not gonna wonder it out loud. Keep that to myself. Co-op, off to sleep. Tie for stream, and good luck with the drops. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you later. Such a tease. It's just, yeah, I don't like, there's only so much I can do to avoid potential snipes, so I won't talk about potential ways certain items could be found. Yeah, the pattern sale rate wasn't great, but not 0.001, but 0.004 is quite low. Yeah. Time for some birthday coffee? Timmy, is it your birthday today? What? If so, happy birthday. But yeah, well, once I get out of Gnomer, I'll have to look into the sailor rate and all that stuff on the actual belt. Always feels good to get a big drop. Yeah, the only thing I'm not 100% sure about is the iron buckle. I think we can craft iron buckles, though. Everything else is obtainable. Pretty sure I can do cured heavy hide. That's just salt and heavy hides. Just came here from work. What did you miss today? Welcome in, Dawn. The major thing here, look at this. Check that out. Quite the pattern we got. Just that heavy hides are rare and annoying to farm. Yeah. STV is a good way to specific farm them, or like not a bad way to get a couple right away is, quite honestly, Sunken Temple, like unlearning skinning up to like 250, unlearning skinning up to 250. You can get a couple that way too. I think per hour, STV might be better though, yeah. From heavy hide, but Sunken Temple is better gold per hour. I am gonna have to use the vendor after these runs here. Maybe I'll run out as well, just to take a look at the auction value on these. Iron buckle is blacksmithing and just taught by trainers. Perfect. Can you make hides from lower level ones the same way you can with leather? No, not the hides. Not the hides. Alright, yeah, what I'll do actually is run in, run out. So this resets and goes there. So there's a vendor here, but I do want to, I guess I'll sell all the trash first. Consumables. The moist cornbread. Oh, a lot of silk cloth too. Let's hold on to that. Low-key Gnomeragan is a silk cloth farm. What? I'll take it. Yeah, let's get rid of some of these consumes. And then I'm going to slowly and steadily disenchant these things that I don't need. I will then log into the alt and have a look at the Guardian Belt values. Look into making supercut episodes zone by zone. I think I will. I might, I was wanting to hold off doing the Elwyn supercut until I was done Eastern Kingdoms. Quite honestly, the episode 1 is still getting pushed quite well in the algorithm, so I don't really want to mess with like posting another video with same title thumbnail, because episode 1 and the playlist are still doing quite well on the suggested. But I think maybe once I'm done Eastern Kingdoms, I might do it. I also will have to do a bit of a remaster because the video quality is quite bad on the early Elwyn episodes, but it's bad in a way that I don't think I can fix it with post. It would have to have been in pre. So I'll play around with it. But yeah, I think supercuts would be good for like big zones or like multiple zones like in a row. A lot of series people do that, but I think I'll wait a little bit. But I think in general it is a good idea. I went through a plethora of video issues with the initial Goldbounds. Initially, I thought it was bitrate. Wasn't bitrate. What it turned out to be is I was recording in 60 frames per second, and I was editing in what I thought was 60 frames per second. Turns out, it's 59.94, which you think would be the same thing. Nope. When you go to render that bad boy out, bad bananas. We fixed that eventually. But yeah, that was one of the major problems with the early episodes. Recording in 60 FPS, editing at 59.94. Not recommended. Early on, though, the bitrate was just off, too. The bitrate was wrong early on. What video editor do I use? I use DaVinci Resolve. I record with OBS, and I edit in DaVinci Resolve. I also use, like, yeah, I use a couple things. Canva. Like Canva, DaVinci Resolve, OBS are like the main drivers. And then I use some of the back-end stuff too. $187,000 gold per hour. What did I find? I found a belt recipe. Which, that's why I'm logging on to the alt here. I want to look and see what the value of the actual recipe looks like. So it was the Guardian belt. Okay, so there's no Guardian belts on the auction house on my realm, which is a good sign. Let me look it up on TSM. Online. Trade Skill Master. So Guardian belt item. So yeah, there's none posted. The Guardian belt has a sale rate of 0.002. Pretty low sale rate. Average in the value is like market value of 17.7k. Recent sales have been around 10k. So I think over time, it might be worthwhile to sell the belt, especially if there's none on my market, like none on the auction house. If no one else has the recipe, I kind of have a bit of a monopoly on the price. But if no one wants it, it is what it is. That's an expensive recipe, it is. Quite expensive. See if we can't get some more rare drops. Yeah, I think I will learn it on the alt, especially since we just happen to have the leatherworking alt anyways. Why is Path in Erebos? So in the last Goldbound episode, when we talked about the frayed knots, I needed footage of Keeper Talhut, the vendor for the frayed knot to the bobbleworm, and I'm obviously not going to go there on Goldie, so I went there on Path to get the shot of the character and then like the trade window. So that's why Path's in Erebos. I can't pretend you're a fan of Gnomer farm music. Yeah, it is. It's a unique soundtrack. I would say that it's the most similar to the Dark Moon Fair soundtrack, both of which I can't listen to for too long. I'm with you there. Also, from like an hour of farming Gnomer, we got like 400 gold of just like straight up enchanting materials. It's like half as good as just like copper ore farming for raw gold. All right, anything else? Pathwife's asking if I already went to the gym. Let me text her back. Not yet. When are you going? Question mark. See when she's going to the gym. Already driving me crazy. Yeah, so today I'm just letting it ride, but the next couple like Gnomeragan farm streams, I'll probably use the Leatrix plugin. It's Leatrix, right? The plugin to do the zone soundtrack switcher, because yeah, it gets to be a bit much. That's what I ended up doing when we were farming Darkmoon Fair for hours and hours and hours. No back-to-back recipes? Not today, it doesn't look like. Dang. Well, we could still get a recipe from the next chest. There are 2 chests in every Gnoma run. So there is hope. We'll see what happens. We could also get the hot shot gloves or something like that. That'd be crazy. Fire starter. Not bad. Or just some crap. Most likely just some crap. But those chests have already paid off. If I was not a rogue, I didn't... Oh, I should look back in the footage to see if that chest was locked. Because if I wasn't a rogue, I would have missed it on 80k or more of value. I mean, depending on how many of those belts I can craft and sell over Goldie's life cycle. Even if we only sell 1 per year, you know, eventually that's... Ooh! Shield! The tech block! Okay, so this is a white shield that drops from these guys that we wanted to farm. And it just dropped. It's pretty good, actually. So, market value is anywhere between like 8 to 20k. Low sale rate. Region sale average is still over 1,000 gold. So it's still a good shield to sell and have on the auction house. It's a unique shield appearance from the tech bots here. Only drops from them, but we just got it. So, it's the first one I've gotten. I'll have to send it over the transmog alt, but that is definitely a good Gnomeragan drop to get. We'll probably get more of these as we go. Like, it's not like super, super rare, but it's definitely good to stock out with. So, yeah. It's kind of like comparable to the vibe of like the Thuggish shield from Thuros Lightfingers and Elven Forest, the rare spawn there. Yeah, happy with that. Lots of silk cloth as well. So next time we do need to level up tailoring, we're going to be pretty much set. My loot appraiser didn't ding? Yeah, I didn't re-click it after I logged back in. Yikes. Yeah, that's my bad. My bad, guys. Lockbox. Let's just open it right now. Ooh. More leather gloves? This could also be something to give to the transmog, or the crafting alt. Let's go. I get way more excited now for recipes. Now that we have a crafting alt. Especially when they're leatherworking or blacksmithing recipes. Super good. What's my estimate on how many episodes will be done Moreau? I would estimate lowest would be 2, most would be 3, would be my guess. I think, so I'm gonna have, this next weekend will be another Goldbound. We're gonna farm a lot. I mean, maybe we get a good sale or 2, you know? And then it'll probably be a week in between, like with like a different kind of challenge. and then another Goldbound. So if it's not this week, it'll be 2 weeks to the next Goldbound, and we should have it then if we don't get it by this weekend. I think for this weekend, though, we would have to get kind of lucky on some transmog sales, to be honest. Which we could. We have a lot of value on transmog, so it just takes a couple good sales to get some value. The Silver Thread Sash, let's go. Love the addition of the Warband crafting ult. Been looking forward to it since episode 1. Me too. What other challenges am I working on? Got a couple on the back burner. There's one that I want to do, which I might actually be streaming tomorrow. So stay tuned for that, if we start it tomorrow. I've talked about it a little bit on stream, so it's not a secret. But for that one, if I do stream it, I'm probably, yeah. It'll be like streaming and like editing as I go, but not uploading on the main until I have the full video done. It would be something that wouldn't be affected by having it streamed. Like, Double Down is tough. Ooh, nice. Glimmering Mail boots. Double Down is tough to stream because, like, then, you know, it does open the issue of if you're, like, farming gold live with, like, a target of I need to make this much gold to get out when you're live and like, the time is ticking down, you can't really stream that because someone's just going to go buy out my auctions to boost the challenge, you know what I mean? Maybe they wouldn't, but there's that risk. And then if you get a clutch sale, it's in the back of your head, like, oh, maybe someone just did this to boost the challenge. Even if it didn't happen. That's why streaming Double Down is kind of tough. Just a thought, if I'm posting low volume T-Mog, I'm ever worried people working out the name of the alt. There's only so much you can do, right? I have the secret transmog alt. I was doing a bunch of name changes earlier, but there's, you know, I don't talk about it too much, but there's just
Powerful 2 spin.
Only so much you can do, and then you just kind of let it be, let it be. Yo, KDM Collectibles, let's go. Got the spin there with the resub on the Prime for 6 months. Let's go. What adjacent zones did Dunmoreau unlock? Actually, there's no new zones. It's all the same. So Loch Medan is there, right? There's no new zones, though. They were all available before, because it doesn't unlock... Well, I'll have to check, actually, and see if you can walk from Dunmoreau to Wetlands without exploring anything else. I don't think you can. But if you can go through the tunnels straight to Wetlands, then maybe Wetlands is on the table now. I have to test that path on an alt. See if I'd flag over into a different zone. So maybe Wetlands. I haven't researched it yet, though. We'll see. Any loot? Nah. This is my favorite chest now, though. Every time I go to that chest now, I'm excited. Yeah, guys, the Gnomer music is getting on my nerves now. Not really my nerves, but my brain is just like, all right, different song would be nice. Different song would be nice. Yep. Stay tuned, though. Might have some. I've been working on some music myself. Kind of as like a fun little hobby. It's definitely far away from being done, but I've been playing around with some music production. It's been quite fun. Gotta scratch the Well, I guess I can't even say you gotta scratch the creative itch because all I do is create content. But like, I find it fun to do stuff like that. I don't know. It's like a nice little hobby in the evenings. Ooh. Oh, not worth that much. Birthday no more music? Is it okay, Timmy, is it your birthday today? Is it? Like is this confirmed? Is it a rap song? No, it's not a rap song. I'm a very productive person, huh? I guess so. Yeah. I also like some downtime though. I like chilling as well. Yes, sir. Well, happy birthday, Timmy. Let's go. Happy birthday, man. Hope you have a great birthday and slash cheer. Let's go. 48-ish. We'll leave the ish. No, it's all good. Time to get some grime encrusted object magic going. I'm gonna leave those grime encrusted objects for a different day. We'll save them up for sure, but not every Gnomer session I don't think I'll end with grime encrusted objects. Any luck with reclears? Reclear. What's reclears? What is a reclear? I don't know. Raid clears. Oh, so I've only done Molten Core so far. And no luck in Molten Core. I've been doing a lot of profession swapping on Goldie today for different things. Whoa, bright robe. Let's go. Look like a beast game stream and make music too. I wouldn't say I make music. That's like a very recent hobby I've been playing around with. But it's been fun. It's been fun. Yeah. Keep playing around with it though. But yeah, I think my hobbies I like to do in my downtime are also just like kind of productive stuff, like the gym and whatnot. But like I still like for me, my favorite thing to chill is like going for a walk with my dog, or sleeping, napping, eating good food. This weekend, my wife and I, we went skiing, snowboarding, reading. I like all those things. Do I make beats or do I sing? Making beats. I do not sing. Ooh, infiltrator cord. The thing with the raid clears is Blackwing layer, yeah, it's really only worth it if I have 300 skinning. Which I currently am far from because we've been playing around with like a bunch of different professions today. So I don't know if I'm going to get 300 skinning today. See what Pathwave said about timing for the gym. The thing is, everyone can sing, just not everyone can sing well. That's true. Let's see what we got going on here. The Glitchbot Helm, basically disenchanting fodder. Hot take, you love Gnomer music, and then again, you love gnomes too. It's an interesting music for sure. I wouldn't say I would listen to it all the time. Next Gnomer farm, I probably will be doing the music swap add-on. Yeah, to you, a lot of things that I like doing in my free time sound like work. More of a stay in dark room, play WoW type. That's all good too. That's all good too. To each their own. I also like to stay in my basement and play WoW, but oh. Part of that enjoyment for WoW is like the video making as well. So. Bags are filling up again. Rattling my bones. How's it going? Welcome into Goldbound. And also Colescope, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Let me go ahead and clear out the inventory a little bit. I'm still in the dungeon. I gotta swap back out. There we go. Reset. Sell trash. Bang, bang, boom. I gotta sell the consumables as well. I don't really need to have morning glory. Morning glory dew. Jeez. Why couldn't I say that? Disenchant this stuff. Oh, vendoring cancels the disenchant animation. Noted. Come on, we want some more greater eternal essences. There we go. That's the good stuff. 2 of them, nice. Definitely a net positive to disenchant these things. You compare that to the vendor sell price on a lot of these items, it's quite low. The green or the blues are a bit higher, but they also have a higher chance of more graders, I think. So I think it's also positive. You want to get a dog, but you have no free time because of your job, so it wouldn't be fair to a doggo, unfortunately. Yeah. Depending on how much free time, or like if you can work from home or not. It is nice having a pup, though. Would you ever thought about triggering the secret boss in Gnomer? I think I did it a little bit, but I optimized this route more so for the trash mobs, for the blues and stuff, to maximize the value from them. So I didn't do too much of the bosses, just because the bosses tend to just give more bind on pickup stuff, which can be good for disenchanting, but to get to those secret bosses or the end bosses, the runs end up being like 10, 11 minutes for me. And so I like this route that I've done, where I'm more so in that 6, 7 minute time frame to reset. Let's go get these into the bank. Wait, secret boss scales to midnight? Maybe I haven't done the secret boss. Maybe I need to look into this a bit closer. Let me go and deposit these items. These will all be either soiled on the alt or, in this case, probably learned on the alt. This was the loot from the hall today. Pretty good. Oh, these two. And then I'm just going to drop the grime encrusted objects. Honestly, I'm going to drop them somewhere that I can see them all together so I can look upon them. Like so. The rest of this goes in. And I'm going to sell these. Okay. Well, guys, I think I'm going to head off to the gym here, get a workout in. But I might, I think we might be back online tomorrow working on the beginnings of a one-off challenge, just, you know. I think it'll be fun. All right, so stay tuned for that. Pretty much 95% chance we'll be live tomorrow on it, unless something comes up. But thanks for hanging out. This was a fun stream, guys. Got some good data, some good loot. And I'll catch you guys later. Have a good evening. And happy birthday to Timmy Tech. Let's go. Catch you later.